morning, good morning. Actually, that's a pretty good comment. Forced prophecy is upon us. Yeah. It's interesting how my life has unfolded. Some things I'm just drawn to. Just seems to speed up the timetables. So this morning we're going to start out again with some blessings for the day. Clear out some negative energies. Allow one's own self to align with the positive energies. And lighting up those chakras. Because I found as these mantras have really become more so a regular life for me. Like reading them for so long has become part of my living. So for the time that I don't read, these elements keep happening around me. The synchronicities, the positivities, the alignments, the protection keeps happening even though I don't read. However, for my family, for my friend fellow, for that shaman or oracle on their journey, may these words help light their way and help enliven their day. Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know, and with the mighty one shall show. Our guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy spirit, to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for us one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield, your wand and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their boss and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do his battle. Spirits of darkness, arising with the powers of Gwenvile, fight the blight this bedarkened night in our right. Zikia Kampazi Anakampazi Dingerkia Kampazi Dingaranakampam. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head call and answer my most urgently, most graciously, through matrimony, most harmoniously, through our loving family. Oreno Sisekyo, we was on Putura, I had given Shaha and Zuzirukai Korikudi. Jimmy was Maha for a Zuki, the Sepato, Sahibi, to do deep shocking in a Sarah. On Vashiramantaya Suva, on Vashamanataya Suva, Nunanine, Nurana, 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 Dum Bamon Chunching Chron, Monishanaya, Intaria Suva, Onishanaya, Yantaria Suva, Ha, Ewu, 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 Emon Brangin, Onji Tarishita Barato Suva, on Yitra, she had a Rajiva Ratnasva, Ha, Ruda, 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 Kringon Tron, Shongong Kron, Hong Shong Shi Tron, Hong Kong Parasharamati Suba, Hom Hayabasha Manatayasva, Aza, Rion Kong Kron, Unamakusana Parano, Namahasam Hatapashanam Ham, who had he a holy Lula, Rion Kron, Unagana Maya Suba, Maya Yarmayasva, I wu yu wa wi wu be wu yi shreng on kong king krong on hero ka sharai ra dai shara pa dai su wa kong jor ti hi chin do ji ba thai swa ha nu na ni na na kring on prim prim krong on shari chia pa to le su wa kong ji shri shai pa ra dai swa ha o lo hu mong kong king krong Ora passion was walk mana makara di bu ba pi bu bear bark bo bi ba bu bearong amen Reno si se kyo we was amputura I had herusha hensu serukai kor quotation was ma la tutti the set the tall side be for two with each other in a saramen Parshukushu patu kel ma kapala ma mu la bo pago kena rapo bo lu kala na pati ku sharu Pakistan pa asaru ba preko in the lulu mashan have opportunity you get can find the lulu kugo log ha egara pati shu kela ka polo kel mama ji uguru subu ma papo maru karaga si ku ki mu kampra nam tu pa kalamu si ukine ki milanu shaju mashanana saru rin barmaratu si mashinana arunara aramanti tu mutu rata ki lu si jor kilman kai as he got nene ke go na peru der ke kiari nam tela ku panu tu ka ku mas kar sana sakari mashri shadu mala pak ka ta gulu ka dor mara ka korbo maru tu ora kori saru lu par masking jutu der ku kim du der maki panu tu ku na lu ka ran maki panu pishu saru li mu na bana tu sari masum kara nu sulu moran dar bo kibir bala ina thara maru daga tu ku mas mashri sore masana vor sugori mashror sera pari ku babar zu khan Lugarab the Bora Timbo, Yarkingu Baratim, Waluka, Damonin, Wangashti. We are Isaro no fresh whom is found perfect before the Nathan Madamel Shinju. I have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will. The cup of wine and the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are Esau's triumphant, even all sorrow novers, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with a body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Netherlands of coming out you, of the creators of the gods themselves. We are the Lord of the neb of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester in matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Netherlands of coming out you. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious assault over his enemies on the night that of battle, and of making the bettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making to stand the Jed and Jed to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as to Hooty. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Our heart belongs to you. As to some karar asara kepta karpuin abo or in arid salt so bol rupuin herkem to kepta numina back to char karpuin so hojarum jajar to an ishraten at mut netari tam to hurti to armatu netar payabarni to abarni to Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our heart is keen from darkness to be released to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with our whose plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Ket, who loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. Also, Novaris will confirm. Lady Olset and Lord also be shining bright. Support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our own Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness to divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilitinus Kiri Saxare Pertu Particularly Turkni Shali Al Yaluad Meshir Meshari Lusa Yansiam Yela or Tartu Shirisha Isaya Yagari Agati Yashabi Yashiri Shari Tupera Laka Isaya or Riek Limotutur Timakutri Teri Shamie Zombria Isaya Sumria Kaina Zombria Yeshaya Zombria Zirika Zombria Ina zumbriada kaina zumbriada tatara ina zumbriada dexi ina zumbriada koruba ina zumbriada sarni kani shamaska tulu tam tunu ni shkin ibel kumri lu tam tunu ni shimartu mashmasha hani lu tam tunu ni shkishwar kami tunu lu tam tunu ina zumbriada lu tam rasamma ya rune en I par nin pa perik bagabora kabor Bakabaes, Akabaes, Bakabora, Kabor, Bakabaes, Baperik, Benini, Barunen, Ya, Corboria, Verin by Gara, Arim by Agura, Eki, Yaksaka, Eki, Yazaki, Eki, Yasaru, Eki, Kutulu, Ya. Om Shrim Krim Vajradharkanye Hrim Hrim Patsvaha. Om Shrim Krim Hrim Mim Vajradharkanye Hrim Hrim Patsvaha. Om Shrim Krim Hrim Krim Mim Vajradharkanye Hrim Hrim Patsvaha. Om Shrim Krim Hrim Mim Vajradharkanye Hrim Hrim Patsvaha. Om Krim Shrim Hrim Mim Vajradharkanye Hrim Hrim Patsvaha. Om Hrim Shrim Krim Hrim Mim Vajradharkanye Hrim Hrim Patsvaha. Om Shrim Krim Hrim Mim Vajradharkanye Hrim Hrim Patsvaha. Shubhamki Gapsuki Sharki Gapsuka Shata Sisiara Mara Yadin Guru Kalamas Niku Dinkarnina Yuna Zraniku Garyasha Shakmur Utu Ziana Kampazi Kia Kampagalu Baran Tower Bara Shak Baraki Imbara Lor Bara Telor Bara Maskim Bara Udu Bara Babara Latu Bara La Subara Karu Bara Uruku Bara Kolor Bara Lady Bara Utu Soladin Nazu La Zuladin Nazu Igim Soladin Nazu Mula Soladin Nazu Dinkel Soladin Nazu Maskim Soladin Nazu Parayatin Nazu Ziana Kampasi Kia Kampa Unisik Barari Ain Kisha Short Wishu Warma Shazika Bari Zikar Shupa Nai Sharma Zika Namta Yain Tare Sharki Oku Akbarin Tabu Diaram dea sarasa vitromanda yaman via varti. Nariana saji siari sana sani vista ke orpan makolo kurla pan kariti hari haran maya papu terasrangka kara namaskaran mantra om hrom mitra yartamaha om hrim rawari yartamaha om hrom soya yartamaha om hrim banava yartamaha om hrom kagari yartamaha om hrom pusner namaha om hrom heran kabar hari yartamaha om hrim mari hari yartamaha om hrom mari yartamaha om hrim savitra namaha om hrom karya namaha om hrom paskara namaha om hrom hrim hra sorry for sorry yani yarnamaha parasika yeses namaskara nye korvate dine dine eo prasam palam viram tesam kaja yarde om hrom kring mongerua sorro om kring bang Shamasha Kachapia Kachapia Episha Bushka Bishtia Matino Kuroshina Limali Shuru Zurbu Ila Tuku Epita Shortum Himemana Adulina Tikili Tushunuri Mutumana Kulu Prugi Shunulini Shurmana Kulur Lini Shunuli Tishurmana Kulu Tari Taramashalu Tishar Kashar Tishar Kushira Pushu should be or Kishor Yushi Dinger Korko Sherpa Kampabong Kipikera kibilka su mana yanduru stechera rani or mariar ki hispari yazi ringar kara kampa enti maru korsani to shabu banana and shab tori na hispabar ke bir bagara si ka kampas ka kamar lunu sharyulin kunushi sharyulak kunushi shatu yulini yis kunushi sharyuli si kunushi shartu yulai ter kunushi sharyulini kunushi sharyulini kunushi sharyuli katin kunushi sharyutani wali kunulin kutina zumri yalu yuta prasama Agamasaratu is Masarati Sharmoshi Chururu Chirali Mutilizi Sahima Lani Raputi Shimayara Parati Dina Dina Latilim Rausi Kunushi Olani Moshiri Yamasarati Masarati Bait Masaratu it's Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Karabarmori Shamashkari Yamasaratu Zikia Kampak Margolo Monet Yashatabara Masaratu Bara Vishnu Klim Visnada Vietnam Home Sam Kubera Yatam Hatu Buddha Kubera Never Koro Prompri Viratu Pumida Piara Metal Muda Kusu Lok Sekaru Maria Kira Netev Saram Tari Netev Tasu Kore Teerte September Studio Tuxo Torata Taisan Homing Sanari Yatnam Homi Amendra Yatnam Hakobusrop and Rob Tejos Tatuanaya Metal Corpusra Lok Sekisatana Home Sex Soek Kentakis Wesaka Kaptek Araneka Beta Nexari Sertep Seruna Pek Marskola Kutulu Tata Kaka Omni Omrang Maglar Yatnam Home Yamar Yatnam Happy Armom of Saratu Salaya Maran Harapi Lokapi Sekisarana Home Sektem Tesek Kapatek Nekui Nek ke erte ekartana nek ke mormatu yan lirian yineri tiraksa samraksasar yarnamha pam farunari yarnamha himset faruna fayuratu saramalaya meranimset nukimset seki sarana sek saruna paikmen sepsenu duini kuptea rama utumrate sepsi dingarana kampazitingar kia kampazabeo payom yam payo yarnamha morsiri morka morulu mormarsusi dingarana kampazitingar kia kampazu tukzu torat kutulu tata kakla asaktu di takala yarnu yarni sabeo umprim permarna nam harna ma pramana bu maharu maksara tu over cesraya metal kepranu pakai kepru nebim ke keprasik keperam perembara morulu asaktu di takala nesra teren nebu mahatta shara tateu sarmas fatemu kita tetsai kesraten tu neberatu depes meswe per netar Om Hrim Hrom Surya Yartam Ha Om Hrim Shrim Chandra Yartam Ha Om Hrim Shrim Mangali Yartam Ha Om Shrim Bamburi Yartam Ha Om Shrim Bam Brahm Praspati Yartam Ha Om Hrim Shrim Shukra Yartam Ha Om Hrim Shrim Sham Chara Yartam Ha Om Hrim Robertam Ha Om Hrim Ketu Bertam Ha Japushum Samkar Shamki Jabeyam Mahazari Yuchim Tamarim Sarva Pagnam Pranotisni Diva Karam Dari Shankar Tusharam Param Kishoro Daral Basam Babam Namami Shisharam Sumam Shambur Muku Tabu Sharlam Tari Karma Sambu Tambeyu Karti Samaprapam Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamakalam Pranemayaham Priyangu Kalaika Sharmam Rupernam Pratimam Burham Sumyam Kuno Petam Tamburham Pranamamiham Devanam Chari Shernam Chagurum Kanchana Sani Vampriti Pritam Trilokyat Shantam Namami Priaspatim Himakundamrina Lapam Degarnam Paramam Korum Sarva Sastra Pravataram Barkapam Pranamami Ham Nelanjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yamarikura Shantrachari Yamatanda Sambutram Tam Namami Shanaswaram Karya Mahaberyam Chandrati Gapi Martaram Sunika Karabasam Putam Pram Rahum Pranamamiam Palasa Pushpasam Karsham Taraka Grahamastakam Rorom Goram Tam Ketum Pranamamiham Brahma Bali Murari Tripuran Kari Parusha Shibumi Sutta Burasha Gurusha Shukra Shari Varu Petu Sarva Grahama Supra Partham Kurume Sharti Shanti Rosharti Borbar Bospor Tata Pitor Pariambar Kota Vasati Yamai Diono Pretorayam Tatatwa Hariam Tatatwa Nansing Yanam Raziti Yasini Yanana Pasamangana Sahia Kia Kampa Magavati Yanana Kampa Mashrita Nanazia Kampa Yamagia Gamagia Zagastena Kiashta Korois Nebukru Nebukorios Morcorios Yatso Tuaring Karkuyazia Nebu Morsazi Fornius Kampala Haha Kashintalas Kampa Nebo Satanatos Kampa Yagashi Asashia Kukula Marin Yashia Markari Story Brat Yargusharia Yarnana Yarorni Yarashtapa Mamarchakoreni Yarami Loria Star Kampa Inana Ziarma Kampasi Pisarma Kampaya Yape Isariolurki Shmashutu, Yadur, Yario, Resolur, she, Sakatamani, Yaya, Ataria, Chi, Patala, Katamartia, Kampa, Ziringa Rudu, Yakampa, Ziringa Rustur, Kampa, Izish, Taziaragushi, Bergodu, Kampa, Yashtai, Kampa, Nagarmaster Baruna, Gormaster Baru, Yanar Korea, Yazialinka, Kampa, Yarinka, Yazin, Yakampa. Yakatalama Yatara Kampa Marukumu Paru Prasigala Yarda Yakar Yamakapa Nesh Yamurutu Yatuku Sorim Sugorim Sarim Sagorim Axana Gizana Gana Baluku Ni Kanin Yardu Yandara Isi Bartu Balku Belteriku Baga Kampa Belzi Zag Bazag Baron, Royseli, Ganushu, Bamgi, Gapsuki, Sragiga, Goshak, Salamara, Yarin, Guru, Kalamas, and Putin, Gatina, Puru, and Trani, Ugaria, Shishmur, Mani, Mamane, Shira, Shari, Shami, Shabita, Salam, Kudam, Kutab, Shabi, Shaya, Shaya, Kinis, Shabita, and York, Bashar, Nebite, Abentara, Nebita, Tata, Reshudai, Kurim, Kuria, Radeshu, Yasha, Sam, Bipurika, Rikiarte, Taruma, Risharite, Sogi, Nekushan, Pashisha, Pashabashi Shuda, Matara Shana, Ruta, Kasha, Taya, Parumanayana, Taya, Zara, Marka, Zara, Reuki, Mukia, Rate, Nedata, Hate, Chinedi, Chiari, Nari, Tonari, Anna, Kunapia, Kiri, Kadari, Sanadi, Matui, Jukuri, Borushani, Hachi, Debbie, Rupe, Taka, Toki, Tana Kushare, Tana Shura, Hachi, Borasene, Saruparatani, Patani, Sarupasha, Patani, Shupatani, so you have Shari, so you Karani, so you have your right hair, Rasukatarata. Sarupasa use Majikia, and I Sarupasaru, no major safety, Sarupasaru, like you, Sharai, Turkey, Raishanaviki, the Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Merte, Ramera, Hamme Maru Ramme Sastur, Ram Taturian, Ram Nam Paranarine, Venaya Karya Namaha, Karya Verhamarya, Pakrakundaria, Terma Hitano Tandi Prachudaya. Pakratundama Karya Surya Kurti Samapravani or Poinam Kurume Deva Sarva Koryeshu Sarvara Sastram Sahu, Wong Hong Shang, Ong Tong, Go Bang Himso, Gang Kring Grong Gong Sor, Ong King, Mong Hong Shring, Gong Shring Haring Hara Ring, Ong Hero Asor, Ong Wang Dum, Ong Grang Kring Gong Paling Gong Pang Kring Gong Pang Kring Gong Pang Kring Gong Shang Shring Shong Ong Krang Kring Ong Shang Shring Shong Kring Yin Pam Tum Shang Shring Shong Ong Visor Hung Shring Gong kring gong long shring hering rara on your wasor monkey so wong gong du Dani Shinaira and Pashalda to Kamashukunaira amongst the Humushu Naora, O Mamnara, Sambavatra Midanaura, Matatsha Rumpo, Shushu Naora, O Mamogi Sierra, Yukushinawara, Muru, Kanalim Tanisvaha, Butcher and Bosono, Yamobagabarta, inside Rutus, Urus, Valatista, Sembu, Karan Sarfat Sarhadinisvaha, Show Kanjis, I was swum Lolitsvaha, Daisy, she was swum some jumpers as Waha. Tarobosu Sunama has Mata Bukharam Corona or Babe Taratarin Spaha Senju Senjin Kajis I Bosu Umbasha Armar He Batu Kajis I Bosu Umang Baba Humpazvaha Jojim and Kajis I Bosu Umang Ha Kuru Kajis Vaha Jundai Kajis I Bosu Um Kalikori Kori Svaha Norin Kajis I Bosu Parmeser Malishwal Hum Kongur Sata Fashra Satva Hanya Bosu the Shiri Shuta Fishari Svaha Fojam Bosu Samias Fam Monjo Bosu Maramakana Meroku Bosu Matri Svaha Jiso Bosu Haha Smari Svaha Kukur Sor Bosu Namo Karsa Korbaito Malik Maris Svaha Nikor Bosu Omri Jotes Vaha Kukur Bosu Kantrumpari Svaha Futur Mayo Namas Matam Fusranam Kanamo Srana Sutaya Umtraham Ozanse Mayo Surbani Sumba Hum Shashra Hum Pat Undari Mayom Mantra Hum Pantai Loku Mayom Sri Kala Rupa Hum Kams Baha Kongoria Shomum Mayo Hum Fashra Yaksa Hum Mais and Mayo Maharaja Pashusni Sapasha Sarpasha Hum Pampur Kujaku Mayo Maru Francis Baha Sorum Kurchinum Kumbai Svaha Kunkun Sam Kunkirum Fashra Saranja Hum Svaha Serenci Doji Tarasi Svaha Chiku Putinum Tarasrara Pramarana Svaha So Chotanum Perodaka Yaxir Patais Vaha Como Putrum Perupaxanaki Patais Vaha Tomutanum Bis Propani Svaha and Saitinum Satisfaki Svaha Tago Putrum Mahakalari Svaha Kichi Chotrum Mahasri Svaha Karitaramon Durumali Haritis Vaha Taikinitinum Hiasvaha Varishitinum Marci Svaha Daishro Homitinum Rikavum Svaha Om Trambakam Yasamesum Dipus Divar Haramor Vauru Kambiva Banatum Yormukshare Yatar Namaha Him Hum Chum Krum Mahukubjeri Ke Chum Krom Shrim Shrim Krom Kubjeri Krom Huma Marea Rekriforara no Kurasi Ken Holeum Skura Yanam Home Shrim Pasrom Metehi Sukrais Omanadha Yarnama Homersa, Yarnama Homagarari, Yarnama Homakeru Karari, Yarnama Homani Pirkibarai, Yarnama Maisirata, Yarnama Homara Vantari, Yarnama Home Genokara Yarnama Vishnu Priya, Yarnama Home Garustuya, Yarnama Home Vita Marar, Yarnama Home Vistara, Yarnama Home Cesar, Yarnama Home Satrusundani, Yarnama Home Saparamanti Tar, Yarnama Home Partinar Kurai, Yarnama Home Mitikari, Yarnama Home Karapasa, Yarnama Home Mars. Stukia Yarnama Home Gorupa Yarnama Paraya Yarnama Home Pasukari Yarnama Home Paraya Karyanama Home Parankara Yarnama Home Vamsa Parani Yarnama Pasuparana Yarnama Home Parapasita Yarnama Home Fits Partin Yarnama Padikamakani Yarnama Home Tamauru Padyanama Home Tadpikara Yarnama Darindara Yarnama Home Kasapamajar Yarnama Home Kararupa Yarnama Yukara Paryanama Yukanadar Yarnama Home Rasma Vitari Yarnama Nameka Prayatama Kesapapri Yarnama Visvam Parai Yarnama Sakar Parani Yarnama Sakapalari Yarnama Sambupriya Yarnama Saranari Yarnama Pramkarsara Sarnama Paprasari Yarnama Pramatari Yarnama Prankadari Yarnama Pakipasya Yarnama Patavaskari Yarnama Parusara Sarnama Bhagapartari Yarnama Bavish Patari Yarnama Taxikari Yarnama Lukotri Sai Yarnama Sivari Yarnama Parapatya Yarnama Purna Yarnama Punya Yarnama Punya Katari Yarnama Parasari Yarnama Parakari Yarnama Niskari Yarnama Paraparai Yarnama Katkari Yarnama Sartstai Yarnama Santari Yarnama Santari Yarnama Maria Mandari Yarnama Sapuja Yarnama Savakara Yarnama Nerasya Yarnama Neranjara Yarnama Me Partari Yarnama Saraya Namaha, Sarvaya Karya Namaha, Tarajaya Namaha, Avakarya Namaha, Vayaturuparya Namaha, Tamoharaya Namaha, Yogisvaraya Namaha, Kararaya Namaha, Valarya Namaha, Brahmakarine Namaha, Sakarada Karaya Namaha, Jitukrahaya Namaha, Jivarya Namaha, Jayadarya Namaha, Japapriyaya Namaha, Visvarupaya Namaha, Virusdarya Namaha, Virasram Srutyaya Namaha, Shalaya Padarya Namaha, Pranadaya Namaha, Vishnu Taparya Namaha, Kutarya Namaha, Kutaraya Namaha, Ratavastaya Namaha, Ratabusarya Namaha, Bushargaya Namaha, Bayaruparya Namaha, Sarisoparya Namaha, Sakaruparya Namaha, Karubusumbatarya Namaha, Marabhatikarya Namaha, Sisundara Karya Namaha, Paniravi Pusarya Namaha, Nagantraya Namaha. Yoga Om Sariti Putraka Mantra Siksya Paramorisi Pratishada Sariti Putraka Tapatom Visham Swaha Saki Partilakam Sariti Putraka Prijatam Tapani Yoga Resari Nesakum Kyasya Pramoresa Namaha Sarasi Pratishada Sanamaha Muke Sariti Putraka Tapataya Namaha Redi Om Vijaya Namaha Su Swaha Sakaya Namaha Parayoga Kaya Namaha Yoga Yarnam Hasapageti Resarinis Chromagustipiam Namhar, Rain Tarshanipiam Namha, Amariamapiam Namhara, Maikipiam Namha, Kaniskiapiam Namha, Kromkaraskara, Prasapiam Namha, Ikikarani as a Chromadaya Yarnam Harim, so pieces Rasis Vahansikaya Pasat, Amkapekaye, Romani, Trayi Yopusot, Chromasraya Patiti Sarangani, Sobor, so Mayaki. Take one the day and I'm deep to the Mount Eviarius Guys for the penny departed DVD para from Jogami Mampriti, Mika Yakram Smart Pamiam, Samiki, Pushpamiam, my Paramika Yati Pamakurapi, Pami Raman, Miki Yati Pamrasiami Pam, Amtarmika Yam Tamataye, Vivier, Ivaliamism, some of Miki, some Pukarapujam, some Pami, Pamara, Mamma, Mahamaria, some Matters for the Pinnacle Vargas, Rinyasis of Mani City, the Papa Puru Mantra. Him Siddhar Guru Prasira, Himomasu Sri Patrakamantrum Krom Rim, Amdarge Harime, Yavasaya, Visaya, Hindum Darke, Him Kromum Hoffas, Paswa, Hasaranga Neas, Kromum Karaya, Nama Rim Sopisis Rasis Vaman, Sikaya, Basalam Kapaka, Humimetri, Vosor, Chromasoli Petty, Strangin, Subuk, Stromi, Architect, Moka, Diara, Deepetri, Matevi, Registries for the Pini Departed Vide, Parasalam Chagamai. Pujam Pligaya Gram Samarpami Hamakasami Pushpa Pijami Ampli Paramika Tupam Krapi Yami Prama Kapnika Tupam Sami Pamatarmika Yam Tamlani B Ramni Bar Yamisum Savarmika Savara Karas Pujam Samarpami Samar Paramkuya Yoptri Pam Grans Makrapam Chapam Sira Papatu Made Big Prap Saran Mai Sria Chapamatara Malamatrom Umbamale Savatepam Priti Subhara Papasum Subham Korusi Bemba Trayabisum Yam Kateri Meum Rimsitia Namaha Oman Bram Brahmar Namham Serharia Brahmim Partum Vermanari Vermahe Haranya Garvaria Dermahita no Brahma Prajuret Jatormukari Vilmahe Masru Daria Dermahita no Brahma Prajuret Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Sausage Kamam Brahma Brahma Jacham Prataram Purushat Pihi Mata Purushu Venapaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Depoma Swara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tashme Shri Kurve Namaha Usat Nepet Pet Venti Kam Kai Bibne Horror Diafium Ketne Boset Kisu Turne Sur Korti Rabhav Basti Tara to your nem snapper and the second Markanemi use or the to and Benti or Martu Horror Kermi use Keru Nekerun Kermenti Ar Kapetsara Keru Nebheru Sekeriu Neboboy never Thames a Puari Mapepa Ahi who are Chakri Nebkol Nehem Nefer Chesor Tep have het Jabu Troan Prian Tro Dor Sibel Sif to Rivian Revi Vengetorven Ganyer Notar Mag Seship per Viga Tron Nori Torman Eromos Geladons Kjol Beat Bearia Jor Fien Fredle 14 Fregerda Fregerda Vitor Kiels Vierta Hengesikars Verdeis Vitor Berde Bolter Brand Viotikor Froti Frovin We got via Sigurd Sunskjor Fredliv Skurlingskerfi Serming Yen Vigengringskerf Jundor for Haran Yaran Haran Nikor Horni Husring Kuroski Orni Birfidi Primprindi Sveridas Virir Virir Georg Fjord near Hefjellin Hersvor Kontrofion Fingo Roslidur Reisrig Virikir Giol Mospelni Volkheim Elbarkohol Kenningo Kapje meer Alger meer och durma bor bästa ordning ville besur mungar Belkel meer oostri westri noordri soedri midgård slepnir också norfin ner nagla pari oro nori jodering och sernteskin faxi rimhaxi munder ferri lune solor vakors vin jorki Birgir ser mor finsk jord horti hol finixon ion vid dior vieta volkala kämpingholk Monsorsia Torin ner i nordri sudri hosri vestri attior borlin nord nej nervin där vi för bor bombor nori ori och nor oil morvi ner vid gondolfin doftoin Kili fundin väldigt dårtroin det litur nöjd rad svintrop nördokras vari hårhagstarri lovkroin dori ori dorfan vari hepti piri hårsiar Jorvel lir luforski pir skarfin or Eringi erkinski hauti fosi finki nor jag dresir weer varandi skål parida bikri ner hinvior volskev arsgor herskar gemli artfim adling nerkar vidblein hasvegs falsvårdspausring vedloni finns på lasaras nir din frig loki. Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Dum Shwala Shwala Shuli Yasha Shamana Yasha Sarvasa Trum Samhara Samhara Shemala Bankur Kuru Gram Hum Fatsvuna Corona Tarantrik Shrim Trutak Pasan Kusha Pushwa Parachapa Mari Arti Vira Bruta Mayukara Hamir Eva Vipapari Paparni Shrimara Shrimaharagni Shrimara Sin Senesh Vari Chitarni Kunasam Puta Devkari Samuryata Oria Baru Sastra Pachatur Barnu Samam Pita Ragas Barupa Pasaja Kroha Krukushus Wala Maroru Pexu Kuranda Pachatan Matrasaya Nisharuna Prapa Pormacha Paramharnda Mandara Champakasuka Purnaga Zorga Tikaras Karcha Kurupida Manishrikana Konod Kurtiara Mandita Shrami Tana Piprasha Vestala Shore Vieto Muka Chandra Karankapa Burukara Nabi Veshisharka Varanas Maramankaria Guru Hatuarna Chirika Lakshmi Pari Pahachalan Mira Palo Chana Nava Champaka Pushpapa Nasatanda Veraji Tarakari Taraskari Nasabara Nava Sorkarana Pavanjari Krupa Karapurana Manohara Tatakayu Kalebo Tatapano Dupa Mandala Padma Ragashila Darsha Pari Pavi Rap Karopo Nava Vitruma Pambashvena Kariarana Chara Ingen selfgrein hogno nasikor seltiar berme och gior och tokus och de omadlitas sky nut meo f martias skere papirang hibjus pikalo her kolkenter meriok minimor kulhem dale piaktil de torbo et vilter sjok von spiersjo fira bos versmak of monk ek man jortna ora borno bos von mek voor de horfbo Niol make Haiman Nioli Verbi Morbi Meo Run Vir Morni Pan or Bos Bors Yer Merkel Big Bosses and their Nasir Nes Wudo near Chot Fons Elva Niol Beaming Cup was Kuninga in Grasiverki or Bors Sia near Bear Spomo Virbu Bear is me gob mer Corpus or Scans or Nana Salasterna. Parvas Kurun Kunum Loki, so Babs or Nancy Mana, Herni Horkari, whom Heman Jorbo, soul name, Visi, a Borsoli, Arti, Martini, Visi, a Barningen, Artistos, Nor, and Visu, a Borstag, Bika, Dukin, Q, ranging Stola, getting local part cultus north, omnic janok for Morkin hetu ormin jan dankar ton o kaptan krumet hitus asiar alle berber ribers hor patam brumbo oflolog bo o smerborbo at etolbo metangias orbo tolgobro Telfdu i torni tertio group or bearing that there is von Dorgori uns brar convoc mo borsen major a mo tar mo or Jotunheimum kingen region stola getting gobov bar cartus everskedi for go trota scripture or brains broken o go brains legion Bos motsor Germatser or Springborger or Dorina or Bermadliken Morgum or Brudberg or Ijor Brushem Dorin Tagbi Hongo Velgorier Bo Vikinga Njor es Bosier Dier Mer Svero or Horki Peter Bosmok no Borfongo for the Norgi no Column Beran brim embrace forn one guard embrace priv der win mortin embrace ama orth etter der dog mogo pela pix omnenista dat ron trant ton breget der ron ugara der ton alapent wood wars in den dwars ring we for ring when also red as sapphire to where Adrian moon crumble doon comfort alle punten weersenden doorzoring weer voor ring loon onze red SFR toeveren Ashley moon crumble loon oros way oros square oris ring or wiggle wat weer breed weer oros oros consint difficile oros rockrum prenius nersit tus crode es via in odesalon tourlus ipse corniendo minos arpens arbis est Narvis qualis non difficilia siere possibilibus investigare domine dos omnipotens exercium et dominos dominatium in curios mornu omnis victoria constitet domine verbum contributor pro culpavis me visio virum femins tarmego possere dole on pietois magnificentis alvarin macum el alvarin mac cum saxum rumen versum tromo parum dari natur volum in quantum triconis Near near on den manca sharadena sharatormo korshamusa masamusa rashanamosa and nil just for good post the putos felt in en Israël sorgnet Jesu in het ruas en nusjes kaprujarare haru efjes het kapu kin jaror katam se kim nebe hanu kin jatim yordu nebs kom mahari pasharab nekren se saramine besh para sharab shisa potam suten hinem kin nunar kaperset heser paparam kim nutok nebu nebse kompetent tarish mind tauwar aru nepoint hoin buakwar tapen sunu of serun potna troops minimum jet ayata nebenakem Marakumu defnum tabe betsen neverata ita misharet tabu mahita pantota nemo et set nepto tepkin tap tet hat mahita net defn kim nu watik nu shepestikati mehi hapanori shepes kim nu asinkati mehi have juti abarkim tur ma kaparu menan nebt het habashi sharabari sarabi ne sar happy also happy at namori at yama neb katik kopin ramari korsiket rahu amakurti heru thair ma heru neisra tepe parau a heru min heru tar heru man arpu heru benu heru soisar tepi oi gep kanepti sman teber toteptin kinor benus mamor petgerti kat peste sepem tuoi sar redevsket semtef mekerev sari keru sevesek keru kreis akarine sunumetusum ketutu mesel uneshes nesek wete pugata tabenekin kentuasuari chutem shuket Caperna temtinui ari fenomena sene gara ken pet muta perak ari dos en ken mor kwaf se sun at neketum titergeb als het buramini men hedram pet rdan en dan shara ket wajir mas ken rode pet nem te chot chartut chatat Arpapua sekim empet sekim toy haranal puam u kinset de pjua papua mahet sekim resu sekim toy haban epi mutet sekim pas beke postet porpas you was who was sekim and head bar su kuna bosho red sort of kimi herin yakus a pacos keker metermente sui tu kemu sekusa por set nuki meskeri kepesermente sermare ser hapep ser hem su second mahane becher pendiam kapetu no horror mari puntes symbol prem keke sekisu washmas cordiation bumps and bumps sekuna mata and ati to do a pumrenti man ever heri saru kemisha karuna kinsor karu basir hai para tarakati krementi on the tepepsana neb haras reki nebabu never tim separi mabab ahi utur kit nehem never neheb also so fep on heb nema har heri tepertu yev nebati tasum mentu nutse pa kapu shishar sep ketabut meir matoi so boy shot nema wa pesnas mu krem shepator senekin trinket Elvestuna ket neb tut dem rinsken met tu neber tu dramasu shiuti a karinja tartu aratel herti nebel josat when any him son and so shy and ex and I kui korjus at I guess na ken ko poi am shat jarti we mak parti when out shot and shen and jet me ya all set you mit parti wabe tu at nu ke kesme wabsek me kwa na ki for a pet of me turkin sorry patatu sekna se ke arti ke temperature you want them so tu nekin among Pishol to an extra tub and head new fin to one name Nifu song crack guitar two tatak nani fuku and I may me so take sure the art note tatak the new two a met casa sanane you abudi and cat and mahati in Japan and a hair and a jajata so sorry moho tapi me the walker and mambo like I can get into excellent to marriage of you can her never you want me to want to pet new pet mahatrami that never warm he Toro set the tap the name Mahatam Canutan has you horrek nukin that red Parian Chapters Mary you consum hotet never ocean set them so like more making out Nunin Harry or New Sohesh, who are new messentu never tem nek ever can manu resek never tep in the tray dwight aparsham shining never chuck I can taku shek torium satu at the man never work the also them hold yaus over them hold the body mas you pot you tap you on matio direction to butek control nu kuna param nu patu nu sne param kuna trio ne masum rami boy mon I think pernam ten more tortori hold the plot them Gebram pet watam sharet unami uno anche musicu shamohar elek soi partico pite or raju perkem nem tricket and black is what secret nu de gwen emperem nu ku aptara on by tu aye kunu kate manki Kobser voyage toy makumor tu ne pria samatu nu en pet moi ru ne maname sik markem sahu de treset selected natali tap tap and sort ke prman gutta kro on haram sanana keti gua makayu when ke pra nu mesa suti nu duai perem ken mutap ne apu when the kratati in kesu di selnek yo wabane ke ser ne nek tai yo yamu hoit natali team sekimi pet termen he na suwen he nu se ke ki jur hedine septem skelet ai ko mai in jaru ne tri wo he ut het su mesu chef tu ai pejar ayat ne wen ek pejar ne shek nu kep kapron tu wo ro ne po o tu mami masaru du was septem tu re ut ne pra ne shra courage ro kut kari ne desk mamun ne ken sa kapru te fem te fu mut nor person ne de trong ne more kan kro ne bu peser kai ne me ai shek kef ne truza ne bu joy tar ne pshe pe kadapu ki karek ne marek to mutu use kar kap te kota pe na ushat ta ne per we in duty wash at wise who tap it wash up wash as wash an some shizar an rin pe france na ni se ket hot ne set who good in set who that is hot bet high boys up at wash an set one on so I can ku kapram kapria kapru ne pem ki kapram bra un tram pam yes una an kanatan bansen kan bli ekta wona den marki bali unse toy set så ba ju ku kat me mi tu adi tu tarari tu tarasa bi tu nayen abaye kabaye kabaye se bal par jan sana konar jana fatuna tu yefsa te tapni so to warma so jo ba se kan ben suti so bal karen refem tiu se kat ya karin jar tu amu petem toyem ne tur krat thing makru amu nepsen tru ne bi yakatena borwas ro roshen su amu amatem se kete brand kemaru amu nepsen tru ne bi samara se kana ku wa be ku wa ba ku wa se kana kan kren he wa ba kam ne tru samara se kana ku mar pet kategorisches Gerichtsponential bei Igor Sodikai Bertikim Kanabai, Unaken Biden Kabiatik Magnet Ruan Israel and Bashiship at Kati had an Ekiku, so more than him she said that he take you heads up since Koranashami to Anam Kuki, Seranaka, and men or do set up Kaisan and any suffer of Kati and Akara Kakuata, Ignoration, or Equa, Paramakan and Pet, and Saduna, the speak to making Mangorico. Kesukta patakin shumuta tuling at biatani paneli robanapani netrum sarasecta pracatinum nutaf to any at biatani paneli robanapani netrum sarasecta pracatin to uti of samuni woman sikapsan and tepavson jarantara office catapisador de Sarina Capuasan soon Kamaya Kapamota Tundra Winchunutep twinning at the biatani of Nefrana to Emes. Zikia compa, Ziana compa, Zedin Gertia compa, Zedin Gerana compa, Newt, Geb, Newt, Kebra, Kansu, Arthumatu, Arsim Toki Shapu Banana Shamtrumana, Arsim Toki Shapu Banana Shamtruna, Arsim Toki Shapu Banana Shamtruna, Abradabra. Oh. Black Bloom Interactive. You know, most definitely. Most definitely. And if you're up to making characters, I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. You're gonna be a moderator as well if you'd like to be. You don't have to be, but if you'd like to. It's actually pretty cool. Thank you to our moderators that are here. But yeah, you could use my character, create a character, whatever the case. I would be honored. Whatever. Freedom to the creator. I'm gonna grab some coffee. Do I have powers? We all have powers. Yes, I have powers. But not like you think. It doesn't like pop out the fingers and you see lightning. It doesn't work like that. Kind of say something and lightning pops off somewhere else. So what we're really getting into is the quantum field, the quantum realm, in the sense of of the same particle, but in two different places. So what happens over here happens to the other one. However, it doesn't exactly happen tit for tat exactly. It's like you knock over here and the door opens up over here. It's not you that gets to walk through, but it's like someone in the world with your same energy, with your same mm, frequency of being somebody that's matured as much as you have in the spirit or the whatnot, and they're going to have that experience. When they have that experience, when they walk through the door that was somehow open for them, then that emotional and logical, the syllogistic, the analytical, as well as the emotion, all of that information of the experience is shared with the one who opened the door. So the one who knocked over here and got that door open over there, the person walks through, they have their own spiritual blessing of wonderful, miraculous happenings. And then seemingly out of nowhere, because they completed the event, then the person, the original person, let's leave that right there for now, that knocked on the door, they get the benefit of those blessings. Just shows up one day, seemingly without work or effort. This is the astral, this is the spiritual, this is the quantum, this is how we communicate with each other beyond telephones, beyond something immediately controllable. I tell you to do this, you do that, you tell me to do this, I do this. But more so working in the field of the heart. And a big aha moment I had. See, there's divinity has laws. And one reality is that if you want to ascend, you can do it while you're still alive. You don't have to wait till you die. That's the wrong time to start working. We're alive to work towards ascension while we're alive. And nobody that has ascended can reach back and pull somebody through the veil. That's against divine law and order. Can't do that. Don't work like that. But what can happen is some strange, weird, seemingly unexplainable likenesses of events that happen in your life. And then you put them together and you're like, oh! And then you see past the veil. And because you can see through the veil, now you're like, well, shit, if I can see through it, I'm going to walk through that mug. And eventually you will. And that's what I'm doing. By staying within divine law and order and not just giving you the 100% of everything, which would screw me over pretty bad. I implore you to pay attention to the things that I mention each day, every day, when you're here, and in your own life apply, and you will find your way through. And what does it mean to get to the other side of the veil? What does it mean to ascend while you're still on earth? What does that entail? A lot of the rules and structures that are around for humanity, they're there because people would cause ultimate destruction in the world if left to just run and do what they wanted to do. So then rules are established for them. But while you're still living very much in the flesh, here and now today, as if you elevate your state of mind, your emotions, your reactions, if you enter into living by divine law and order, then those particular, let's call them low level laws, low level laws are in place for those who don't know any better. Those are going to cause problems. Once you elevate your maturity, once you go on the shamanic path, on the path of the wise woman, of the wise woman, of the shaman, of elevating yourself on a spiritual mannerism beyond a religion, beyond a group of people. When you elevate yourself to live by divine law, then those lower level laws no longer have authority on your life. You can start living without worrying. That's the difference. You live without worry of penalty because everything you're doing is within divine law and order. It is coming from love. Therefore, man's laws don't stick to you, they don't apply to you on a vastly different level. Now, I want to be very clear for anybody just listening out there. And just because you think that you've elevated to a spiritual level, it doesn't mean you can just run around and break the laws of the land, of whatever government has established. You don't do this, you don't run in and steal from a store, you don't hurt people, you don't do things like this. So if you have been on this spiritual path, if you are an individual and you're like, oh, divine law and order says I can just do whatever I want. No, that's not what we're talking about at all, and that's why those low-level laws are in place. Because you got to grow up first, and that growth is within the mind and within the heart of the emotions. That whole spirit's got to grow up and elevate. Because once you're seen to be a benefit to humanity, to your neighbor, whether directly or not, and I'm talking about on a divine level, I'm not talking about by any man's authority. No man's going to come up and be like, yeah, you filled out 90 hours of work and you've done your homework. Here you go. No, we're not talking like that. And so that's how you get to the other side of the veil while in the flesh, and that's the benefit. Not worrying about a stupid speeding ticket or some foolish thing like that. Living by divine law and order, by wisdom, the things that we've been talking about for the past few days, and given very clear information about how to stay true to the indwelling intelligence, that which is not affected by emotion. And so we're in a situation, the emotion hits, that is not the time to act. That's time to rest, go do something else, not the time to act. The time to act is after we have thought about the situation, after we have emotionally disengaged from the immediate rift raft of whatever's happening, and we're able to evaluate the situation like a doctor, like a investigator, if you will. And we can truly see things for the truth and not just how our mind or our emotions are populating them to be in that moment. Anyways, Bassie, it's very good comment, and that's where my journey started. Big JC, Big Jesus Christ, God in heaven. And Jesus Christ, when I said, "You're my King, and I follow you, not man, not man's opinion. I follow you, my King, my King." You ever stood next to a king? I have. And they don't want no weakness next to them. They don't want no slave next to them. They don't want some man pressured by priests or by other people who are going to lay down and just do what they're told like a dog. No, they're going to rise and they're going to be independently who they are, full of love. And my king, he said, eat at my table, be my brother and be a king with me, and invite others if their heart be so willing that it is absent from judgment. And when I sat at that table, I tell you what, every single faith and religion that you could believe in on this world, that you would say they're blaspheming God. Even they were at that table. Because all the do-gooders and all the business suits, and I look fancy, and I got bling on me, and everybody loves me. They were nowhere to be found. All of those individuals, they were on earth. They were not in heaven. They were stuck in material bodies. They had no peace. They had no rest because they toiled to take advantage of other people. They toiled for favor. They lied to gain favor of opinion. What good is man's opinion? What good are words if it is not your own heart that ascends to heaven, to that beautiful place of peace? Peace. Peace. So I say, welcome, brother. I say, hello, brother. I say, good day, my sister. I don't care what you look like, and I don't care what you're wearing. You don't have to believe what I believe. But even in that good book that talks about Jesus Christ so much, he said, you would know my brothers. You would know my disciples. In other words, you would know my family by the love, by the love that they show to each other. Love doesn't walk into a room that doesn't belong to them and say, do what I tell you to do, and there's only one way to go there. If you don't do what I say, you're not getting in through the pearly gates. Blah, 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 blah. You still on that old track? I hope not, because it's a new day. And I ain't no child anymore. Not like that. Mommy ain't around to tell me to go to bed. Opinions are not laws. Ooh, that's a big one. Opinions are not laws. What do I mean? Do what I say, because that's the way I feel. I ain't no law. You go feel and get as many people to think how you want. Don't mean I have to do it. I'm still free to do what I do. Love your brother, love your neighbor. I love you. Oh, that was great. Thank you to all of the moderators for doing what y'all do. People writing paragraphs. Well, I guess it was homework day. I'll definitely read over the homework later and give grades out. Oh, I love you. I love you all. A character's game based. Yeah, dude, most definitely, bro. Black, Black Bloom Interactive. Yo, please, bro. I've got lots of material. I've even got my sword. Like, we talking about making a character, right? I'm telling you, I mean, I don't even have my full. Like, shoot. This is like priest mode, not warrior mode right now. But just in case, you know, boom, gotta have the stat, right? Now this is something you ain't gonna find to me. I ain't seen nobody else do this. But at the head of my staff, now the piezoelectric quartz crystal effect, where you take quartz crystal and you put so much pressure on it, it releases a pulse continuously. It just happens, automatic effect. And so we have this and this one. They're both tied up very tightly, and the 2 points are like coming together. See how they're just barely not touching? Ha! Got the drum. It's called a Damaru drum. And up here is like a little mojo bag with lavender. So it's like, got the spirits in there, right? And then we have runes going down this staff. I carved all of these in myself. And then we've got Scandinavian runes, and then we got Egyptian hieroglyphs. And then we have ancient Japanese Kuji-in. And so essentially the Kuji-in is expressing the 9 chakra centers, that we actually have 9 primary chakra centers within the body. The runes, not exactly explaining them word for word for each one, but essentially it's saying out of necessity, we are going to conjoin the 2 divine stallions, in which the divine chariot, of which the All-Father is going to be driving. He's going to be carrying the seed of the tree of life, in which he's going to be essentially delivering to the Divine Mother, and she's going to be the one who's going to distribute the new tree of life, that new seed, to each person. And on the Egyptian side of things, we essentially, the Metu Neter, that speaks of the divine words, of the divine laws, and that 11 sphere system. Essentially that's explaining all of that out on there. So, you know, gotta have your staff. I mean, any proper character, you know, some things require spells and some things require swords. And if you're making a game or character and whatnot, now this has a bunch of symbols and characters I carved all over, and they're not dark because I colored them with anything, you know. Anyways, but on my sword, it's got only one symbol, and that is the letter M. And so my staff here is named D. D for doctor. And the sword, it's a blunted blade, so it's more of a spiritual thing, nothing on a physical level. But like the sword, like, it's gonna murder, it's gonna get the job done, it's gonna end it. We got the doctor that can fix it, and we got the sword that can kill it. So either way, we need to go, like. Actually, White King 8877, by blood I am. Interesting enough. I mean, I'll rock it. I'll rock it. I got love. I got love for life. I got love for all life. that was, yes, the Damru, and it did not, it came with like little plastic beads, and it came with like sheep leather. It broke, and it's brass, right? So it's got a rough edge. So the leather head that was on there, I took off, and I put it around the edging. This leather was actually a gift, a sacred gift from another drum that actually had plastic for its middle portion. So I took that apart and made it fit to the Damru drum. I took off the plastic beads and I put the Rudraksha. Yes! Good observation. See, this is what I found personally, is that the different religions in the world are important because they are holding a memory from the past of a very important, call it religious, call it magical, call it quantum, call it whatever you want, but a very, very sacred formula. And I do believe that it was divided up. Whatever story you want to go through, we could explain. It was that sacred ability was divided up into amongst the world. So each primary group, they've got sacred relics of the past that they still use today. Symbols, mantras, prayers, invocations. I mean, heck, you walk into a Christian church, and at the right time of the year, they're going to have a silver basin, a pure silver basin. They're going to fill it up with holy water, and they're going to invite children over for a blessing. Yo, this is magic. Silver basin of water, kids around it. This is freaking magic. I don't care how you cut it or where you got. That's freaking magic. Everybody uses a little bit, but nobody uses all of it. Why not? Why not use all of it? That's like, to me, it's like walking into a hospital and saying, oh, we can only use that one knife for any cutting, any surgeries we need to do, and we can only use that one medication. Nothing else can we touch in the whole hospital. That's all we can use. Everything else is, it's Joe's stuff and Joe whatever. Like, what? What are you talking about? Doctors got to use a multitude of things. We got to wash. We need water. We need this. We need anti. Are you kidding me? And that's what the world's been doing. Every single one of us. They just been, oh, mine's the best. This is the best system. This is the only tarot deck you should ever use in the world. What are you talking about? I got to use 15 tarot decks because I'm going to get different information over there. I'm going to get different information over here. And then I'm going to put it all together. I'm going to be like, whoa, that's really what's going on. But if I only looked through one lens, through one object, through one way of thinking, I'm never going to see the whole picture. And if I don't see the whole picture, all I'm doing is fixing this little problem, and the whole engine is still screwed off, man. Because I'm just looking at this one little thing. That was nothing. That wasn't big to nothing. It didn't fix anything. Not in the long run. And so that's why, like, and boom, I got my shofar. Oh, hey, game designer or character designer, right? Yo, so shofar, you gotta have the shofar on you. Then you wrap this around the staff, and then the spear. But the spear's not just a spear. It's like a trident. Yeah. But truly, like the shofar, like the staff. Really, I got into doing the staff. I made that staff because I got into Scandinavian runes. I got into learning their system of things. And they're the ones who actually taught me the importance of a wand, of a staff, of how to channel through wood, and how to let that energy do what it needs to do there. I believe that by putting all of the pieces together, the sacred pieces, and it's not every single item that one may see or just think, oh, that's something to add to the bunch of it. But if what I've been doing is through the lens of love, I've been bringing these different elements together without judgment, but I don't want to say through the lens of a scientist, but it is very scientific because if I bring something from, let's just say, a religion into my mix of things and it causes problems with everything, well, obviously, like that energy did not fit, it did not blend, it was not productive. I don't need to fight it, I don't need to kill it, I don't need to go tell somebody not to do it. That's not for my formula. So I can leave that out. Pick a different item such as the shofar to use at different times. Apply it at the correct times, and then it adds a beautiful melody. It adds positive events that wind up happening. You bring in the bells, you bring in the drum, you bring in the water, the silver, you bring in all of these different methods. And what one finds, what I have found, what I do believe is the ultimate truth, is that only an individual working through the lens of love, godly love, true brotherly love, will be able to put it all together. Because if you have jealousy, if you're erroneous, if you have conflict within yourself, then you're going to say, this one's better than this one because I'm in a state of a judge. I'm a judge. I'm mighty as a judge. And you could be a normal person, you could be anybody in the world, and you say, I'm a judge because I can judge whether this is good or whether this is good. Should we trash this or should we trash that? I'm a judge. I get to judge it. That doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. That does not bring fruitful, good results. Calculation, however, calculation brings in great results because calculation says, did that help the situation? No, I'm getting rid of that. Did that do better for the situation? Then I'm going to keep that. That's why looking at things very specifically, not as the whole, but looking at every single little piece and adding it into your own repertoire. Because where I may hear in the quantum realm or the spiritual realm or the heavenly spaces better, you may see better. So therefore, what I am familiar with, what I like to surround myself with, will not exactly be what you want to surround yourself with. Because you have a different formula, you have a different mastery than I do. And that allows the difference. And that's why telling another person to follow one way of life doesn't work. It's not successful. It's not forever productive. It sure could do some good in the short run, but in the long run, hey, any parent knows. I could teach that kid everything I got. I could tell him every single thing. But until I get out of their life, until I get out of their way completely, until they can't call me on the phone and say, oh, come help me, mom, help me, dad, until that day comes, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to make it or not because they haven't walked on their own 2 feet yet. And to me, that is divinity, that is spirituality, that is aliens, that is whatever you want to see as the next step up or above or in through to the ascension process, however one is going to view it in their mind. It is through the lens of love, and it is through following your journey. And I love you, and I thank you for being you, authentically you. Only you're going to see what you see. A real friend, somebody of the light, they're not going to ask you a million bajillion questions. They're going to listen to you. You ever have that person in your life where you start talking and you're explaining something that you know in and out, and then they interrupt with a question, and before you're done answering, they ask another question. You have not even given a full answer to what you did not give an answer to what they said. You were in the process of explaining that answer. And then they cut you off and they ask another question, and another question, and another question, and another question, and it just never seems to stop. That person is not interested in what you have to say at all. They're interested in distracting your mind from proceeding forward. Because while you're flying forward, they keep pulling you back. You fly forward and they pull you back. What I mean? You're flying forward in thought, you're flying forward in focus and intent. Your energy is moving in the current of now, and they pull you out of that current of energy and pull you into the past, trying to explain something that you've already said. We all know that experience is going to teach a lot faster than a bunch of words. Fortunately for you and I, past few many years, this world has given us all a bunch of experiences to allow us to be on the same page, same area of energy. Now, I pulled a couple of cards here right quick. It's a 10 of staves. The interpretation is determination to see a very demanding project through to the finish. Oppression caused by too much pressure and strain. Okay, now that's significant to what we're talking about, the pressure and strain. Your determination to see something through to the finish, okay? People are going to see the forward progress you're making. And as you make that forward progress, without even verbal words, jealousy, envy, and other things crop up within others. Even a neighbor who you've never talked to, staring out of her window, watching you do work in the yard. Their jealousy, their envy can jump in and strike, and that can impede your progress because it's essentially pressure, oppression. It is the oppression caused by too much pressure, the pressure and the strain. So, when the pressure starts to amplify, when you feel pressure piling up, I'm just going to tell you what I do. I walk away. When I feel that pressure, when I feel that strain, I'm going to go chill out for a bit. I'm going to get my energy back. I'm going to make sure I don't feel no pressure. I'm going to get that off of me. Whatever I got to do, play video games, hang out, read a book, whatever, make a video, whatever. I'm going to get that pressure off of me. We are electromagnetic beings. And what we do every single day is going to create a pattern to show the divines, the spirits, the aliens, whatever you want to say it, nature itself, quantum nature itself. It's showing a pattern of what we want to create, and thus what we're drawing to us through that electric magnetism. So when I start feeling pressure, if I focus on doing what I need to do to feel relaxed, then every day I'm going to bring things that are relaxing to me. Now, my determination is pushing me for hard work, which I'm doing. I enjoy hard work. But that hard work does not mean that I have to toil in a way that hurts my body. For instance, legit example, legit reality, moving a bunch of leaves. Now, I could load all those leaves up and make a, put them to transfer them from where they are to where they need to go, and I could carry a whole bunch of weight every time, or I could drag a bunch of weight every time, and that's going to make my muscles weak, sore, tired. I'm gonna wind up giving out before halfway through the day because I've been like doing the max amount of push-ups with all the weight I can on my back. However, if I just decide to enjoy my day, I could walk around and meditate. We talked about it another day ago. It's called a waking trance. Think. And so I just move a little bit of those leaves at a time to where it feels like I'm walking. I'm barely even pushing any weight. I'm not putting a lot of muscle into it. Maybe a little bit here, maybe a little bit there, but it's not straining me. And so because I'm working at, let's call it a turtle's pace, I'm walking. I ain't running. I'm walking the whole day. It's a slow pace, but that hard work, that determination, I'm gonna get more done than the person who stood there and did what they did like a normal person would as far as moving that stuff. And you can get a lot done. What I'm saying is you can get a lot done by doing a little bit at a time. By just doing a little bit at a time. Doesn't matter how little you did or how much you did, progress is progress. Moving forward is moving forward. And that's huge. That's huge in life. The other card I pulled out was the Three of Hearts. And it talks about a broken heart, tears and sorrow, emotional upheaval, pain and disturbance, disappointment, and shattered emotions. This is what people will feel when you press forward. They'll feel like you left them. They'll feel like you gave up on them. Well, why isn't he talking to me? Well, why aren't they coming over? Well, why this? Well, why that? Well, those feelings of theirs, well, they come from a great many of reasons. We all know them too well to even talk about them. But that belongs to them. So now that you know why so and so ain't talking to you, you keep moving forward. Wow. What's up, River City? Nick Wicked. I find this question is more comical. But if I graduate from Invisible College, might I achieve intangible success? Might. You will. It's and I'll say it's never really a graduation thing. On the, I've got a word that I wrote that I came up with, and then essentially it means the exploring teacher. The exploring teacher, well, if you're exploring, then you're learning things you never knew about before. And so you're a student. As an explorer would technically be a student of the unknown. And the teacher, well, because they've learned so much and the journey's been so arduous and long and eventful and information compiling and life changing and eye opening and all that good stuff, then the teacher aspect certainly does come out and share what they've learned along the way. And I do believe that this is how we lived. I believe this is how humanity lived. I do believe there was a time on this planet when every single pyramid below the ocean, on every single continent, they are everywhere on this world. I believe every single pyramid was active. Active. I believe they were generators to generate energy. Nikola Tesla was certainly on to rediscovering the past and what they were actually up to. I believe that all these generators, all these pyramids were active, and the shamans and the wise women of the world, they would have traveled from pyramid to pyramid to town, if you will. They would have learned the philosophy, the understanding, the culture of that particular group of people. And as a shaman, as a wise woman, as a person who loves information and learning about each other, then when we travel to our next destination to learn something new, we're going to take that information, we're going to share it with those who we go and visit. And so exploring teachers very much so what we were and what we are. Thank you very much to the moderators for your wonderful, wonderful assistance. Mm. One of the favorite books I ever read was the Iliad. There's one point that I remember in the Iliad, and all the men were fighting. I mean, they were fighting for hours. For hours all day they were fighting. I mean, like big, big, big swinging. All the men were quite tired. I mean, everybody was fatigued. And then these two particular kings, they come into the mix of things. And they had been fighting too. They were just as tired as everybody else. But they start doing feats that are beyond human. They start picking up these boulder-like rocks and hurling them at each other. They start doing some major, major feats. And what was actually happening in that event was that the gods, the divines, the deities, even as we've learned, the very energy centers within us can be activated through a particular set of meditation and breathing workings foam to jump you into a different state. So another personality type is the warrior. That Hercules strength is actually very real. An individual, through the proper meditation and breathing techniques, by getting themselves correct into the trance state, they can enter that strength that you would see people, what do they do? In a moment of chaos, there's somebody stuck in a car, it's their family member, and they go and the adrenaline just rushes out of their body. They pick up the car, and the person can come out under it, or whatever the case, and you're like, yo, that was unhuman. And they've done science on how this is possible. And people don't, they're not thinking, breathing technique, meditation, waking trance, let me summon strength. No. In the moment, in the heat of the moment, when the passion is at its max and somebody's life is on the line, it busts into existence. Out of necessity, that strength was drawn forth. Not for the use of playing around with it, not for making money, not for getting friends, not for popularity, not for some badge on your damn shoulder, but to save lives. Anyways, amidst that particular moment, these two kings are going at it, and they have that strength in both of them. Both of them should be tired than tired, and yet they are fighting as if they are living gods. And when I read that, I was like, I saw it as truth. I saw that as the reality. I saw that as, that's what really happens. That's why those stories that we hear, those old stories, those legends that we would dare to say are not real, because I can imagine someone like, Merlin, right? Merlin, the wizard. I could imagine Merlin. He's there. He don't want to do no harm or nothing. And Arthur's around. So Merlin just sends all of that energy. All of that energy is like, bro, I'd love to do that, but that's not me. And ultimately, I don't care to do that. But Arthur, King Arthur, that young pup, he coming up. So let me send him the strength. And a wizard, he would know the perfect timing when Arthur was really in a tough spot. Send that strength to him. Quantum exchange, you are all gods. That's what the Bible says. Sharing energy, sending energy, giving energy. The ball game changes. The ball game changes. The moment that you stop letting people take things and you choose to give things. It's like, imagine somebody coming up, imagine a kid coming up and they swing and they hit your leg. It's not going to hurt. Same kid comes back, hits your leg again, doesn't hurt. You let the kid get close enough. And then they get comfortable. And when they get comfortable, that's when the ball game changes. That's when everything changes. Why does everything change? Because in your eyes, in your moment, you have become extremely close to the enemy. You do not get your enemy to stop attacking you by attacking them. It perpetuates the cycle. Their children are going to grow up and they're going to come hit you when they grow up. It doesn't work, okay? Dude with the biggest stick in the room is just everybody making a bigger stick. Doesn't work in the long run. You teach your enemy. You teach them. You help them grow. You help them see that them coming and hitting you didn't do anything except give you awareness that they needed some help. They needed some love. They needed some attention. They needed somebody to talk to them because they came hitting that leg because they were obeying somebody else. And that blind obedience was not anything that taught them to do anything with their life. It just taught them destruction. They know how to destroy. But if you teach them how to cook, if you teach them how to find water, if you teach them how to do things that are going to benefit themselves and their community and their people, so that their own people can live in prosperity and happiness, if you teach your enemy how to live a better life, then they grow out of the low-level law into divine law, and now we're not fighting. You don't conquer your enemy with violence. You conquer them with love and instructing them as a father, as a mother, as a parent. You teach them so much, and then once you've seen that you've taught them, you spoke all you can, then you get the heck out the way. If you've been following this channel, if you've been looking, we've been going live much longer than YouTube on the current lives and whatnot. We were started on some other channels. Otherwise, I was coming on every single day, and then I stopped for an entire month. An entire month. I think I came on one time. Live, anyways. One time live, and another day I made a few videos through the whole month. And really, that was the reality of that. The teacher can instruct, but until they're out the way, the student will remain a student. The child will remain a child. The parent has to leave the building. They gotta get out the way. Or else we can just rely on mom and dad to solve the problem, and we're never gonna learn the lesson of not creating the problem. I mean, you finally learn your lesson when you're tired of cleaning up the problem, cleaning up the mess. You're tired of cleaning up the mess, and if you leave the kid alone and they create the mess, hopefully you taught them so well that they're going to clean up that mess while you're gone. Anyway, Ron. So I'd like to share that the Iliad with you. It's pretty good story. And again, I like to throw out to anybody watching that if you would like to send me any questions or any information, a lot of chats in the chat log I wind up missing and not catching the majority of them at all by any means. Though if you would like, my email is setra@yahoo.com. That's SETCHRA@yahoo.com. Name on this channel. And feel free to send me an email if you have a question. Perhaps you'd like to be a guest on the show. or something of that sort, show, program, whatever the case. If you'd like to be a guest, maybe I interview myself, or maybe I interview you. There's the individual talking about the games and asking particular questions. Thank you. Thank you, River City. Thank you, River City. I appreciate that. Um, what is what is what is magic? So let's be very literal here. Okay, I'll say it 3 times. It's mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. Magic, MAGICK. Mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. That's magic. It's nature. Magic is no more than nature. Look, I grab a stick and some yarn and go out into public, people are flipping out, man. But if I walk into public and I got my phone here, my tablet, and I'm like, oh, da, 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 then I look like I'm okay. People accept that. Magic, science, future space stuff, nature. We needed this to make this. So who looks crazy? The person putting this in their life 24/7 or the person playing with this? Neither one, I say. Neither look crazy. Because it all came from nature. It all came from the planet and from us. We have the 4 elements, and then we have electricity. Oh, electricity. And then the human body. So the human body can manifest electricity at will. It can manifest water at will. It can manifest fire at will. It can manifest wind at will. So then we are the magician of life. And whether you've heard it somewhere else or not, you're like, ooh, you're casting a spell on me. Do you not spell your words? Life is a spell. Stop being the effect and become the cause, is what I'm encouraging. Well, to the person who says that I have a jar of dirt. I got 2 jars of dirt. Okay, I gotta read. I gotta jump into reading here. I've been delaying. I've been delaying and playing, having fun with my friends, talking about whatever comes in the end. Wow, I really look forward to the day when people associate different and abnormal with creative. Not everybody, but people on the norm at least comment wise online. I don't know about in public, but at least comment wise online. People are inclined to see something different, be it me or anybody else, something out of the accepted norm. And immediately the comments are that they are on meth. They are on a drug that is deteriorating the mind. This person makes a comment, these people make comments very hastily, very quickly. Remember what we read yesterday? We were talking about Herukuti, the energy of Herukuti that is in the world. On a negative aspect on the Herukuti, if they are not aligned with this divine energy, then they are going to be hasty. So that's an active awareness of people's states of being, showing the environment, being aware of the environment. That's going back to the exploring teacher. If an explorer walks into the woods and all he has is himself and two friends and they have their backpacks, then they're going to walk through, maybe cut through a trail. Boom, going to go exploring. They're not there to cut down the forest. They're not there to build a house. They don't have those materials or anything. They're acquiring information. They are scouting the area. They are seeing if anybody else lives there. They are looking into the unknown. And they know that they're looking at something that they don't know. That's why they're in a state of observation, taking notes. That shows wisdom. That shows awareness. Hmm. They can't walk in there and just cage up every bird. They can't walk in there and just catch every animal in that instant. That would be unreasonable. I do look forward to the day when different is seen as creative, where different is seen as, wow, I could learn from that. That would be the norm response. Anyways, the Iliad, rage. Seeing goddess Achilles' rage, black and murderous, that cost the Greeks incalculable pain, pitched countless souls of heroes into Hades' dark, and left their bodies to rot as feasts for dogs and birds, as Zeus' will has done. Begin the clash between Agamemnon, the Greek warlord, and godlike Achilles. Which of the immortals set these two at each other's throats? Apollo, Zeus' son, and Leto's offended by the warlord. Agamemnon had dishonored Chryses, Apollo's priest, so the god struck the Greek camp with plague, and the soldiers were dying of it. Chryses had some of the Greek beachhead camp holding a fortune for his daughter's ransom, displaying Apollo's sacred ribbons. On a golden staff he made a formal plea to the entire Greek army, but especially the commanders, Atreus' two sons. Son of Atreus and Greek heroes of old, may the gods on Olympus grant you plunder of Priam's city and a safe return home. But give me my daughter back and accept this ransom out of respect for Zeus' son, Lord Apollo, who deals death from afar. A murmur rippled through the ranks. Respect the priests and take the ransom. But Agamemnon was not pleased and dismissed Chryseis with a rough speech. Don't let me ever catch you, old man, by these ships again, skulking around now or sneaking back later. The god's staff and ribbons won't save you next time. The girl is mine, and she'll be an old woman in Argos before I let her go, working the loom in my house, and coming to my bed far from her homeland. Now clear out of here before you make me angry." The old man was afraid and did as he was told. He walked in silence along the whispering surf line, and when he had gone some distance, the priest prayed to Lord Apollo, son of silken-haired Leto. "Hear me, silver bow, protector of Christ, Lord of Holy Celia, master of Tenedos, and Sminthean god of plague. If ever I built a temple that pleased you, or burnt fat thigh bones of bulls and goats, grant me this prayer. Let the Dardanelles pay for my tears with your arrows." Apollo heard this prayer and descended Olympus' crags, pulsing with fury, bow slung over one shoulder, the arrows rattling in their case on his back. As the angry god moved the night down the mountain, he picked off the pack animals first and the lean hounds, but then aimed his needle-tipped arrows at the men and shot until the death fires crowded the beach. 9 days the god's arrows rained death on the camp. On the 10th day Achilles called an assembly. Hera, the white-armed goddess, planted thought in him because she cared for the Greeks, and it pained her to see them dying. When the troops had all mustered, up stood the great runner, Achilles, and said, "Well, Agamemnon, it looks as if we'd better give up and sail home, assuming any of us were left alive. If we have to fight both the war and this plague, why not consult some prophet or priest or a dream interpreter, since dreams too come from Zeus, who could tell us why Apollo is so angry if it's not for a vow or a sacrifice he holds us at fault? Maybe he'd be willing to lift this plague from us if he savored the smoke from lambs and prime goats." Achilles had his say and sat down. Then uprose Calchas, son of Thestor, the reader supreme, who who knew what is, what will be, and what has been. He had guided the Greek ships to Troy through the prophetic power Apollo had given him, and he spoke out now. "Achilles, beloved of Zeus, you want me to tell you about the rage of Lord Apollo, the arch-destroyer, and I will tell you. But you have to promise me and swear you will support me and protect me in word and deed. I have a feeling I might offend a person of some authority among the Greeks, and you know how it is when a king is angry with an underling. He might swallow his temper for a day, but he holds it in his heart until later, and it all comes out. Will you guarantee my security?" Achilles, the great runner, responded, "Don't worry. Prophesy to the best of your knowledge. I swear by Apollo, to whom you pray when you reveal the god's secrets to the Greeks, Calchas, that while I live and look upon this earth, no one will lay a hand on you here besides these hollow ships. No, not even Agamemnon, who boasts he is the best of the Aegeans." And Calchas, the perfect prophet, taking courage, "The god finds no fault with vow or sacrifice. It is for his priest whom Agamemnon dishonored and would not allow to ransom his daughter that Apollo deals and will deal death from afar. He will not lift this foul plague from the Greeks until we return the dancing-eyed girl to her father, unransomed, unbought, and make formal sacrifice on Christ. Only then might we appease the god." He finished speaking and sat down. Then uprose Atreus' son, the war-lord Agamemnon, furious anger like twin black thunderheads seething in his lungs, and his eyes flickered with fire as he looked Calchas up and down, and said, "You damned soothsayer, you've never given me a good omen yet. You take some kind of perverse pleasure in prophesying doom, don't you? Not a single favorable omen ever. Nothing good ever happens, and now you stand here uttering oracles before the Greeks, telling us that your great ballistic god is giving us all this trouble because I was unwilling to accept the ransom for Christ's daughter, but preferred instead to keep her in my tent. And why shouldn't I? I like her better than my wife Clytemnestra. She's no worse than her when it comes to looks, body, mind, or ability. Still, I'll give her back if that's what's best. I don't want to see the army destroyed like this, but I want another prize ready for me right away. I'm not going to be the only Greek without a prize. It wouldn't be right, and you will all see where mine is going. And Achilles, strong, swifter, and godlike. And where do you think, son of Atreus, you greedy glory hound, the magnanimous Greeks are going to get another prize for you? Do you think we have some kind of stockpile in reserve? Every town in the area has been sacked and the stuff all divided. You want the men to count it all back and redistribute it? All right, you give the girl back to the god. The army will repay you 3 and 4 times over when and if Zeus allows us to rip Troy down to its foundations. The warlord Agamemnon responded, you may be a good man in a fight, Achilles, and look like a god, but don't try to put one over on me. It won't work. So while you have your prize, you want me to sit tight and do without? Give the girl back just like that? Now maybe if the army in a generous spirit voted me some suitable prize of their own choice, something fair. But if it doesn't, I'll just go take something myself. Your prize, perhaps, or Ajax's or Odysseus's. And whoever she belongs to, it'll stick in his throat. But we can think about that later. Right now, we launch a black ship on the bright salt water, get a crew aboard, load on 100 bulls, and have Chryses board her too. My girl with her lovely cheeks, and we'll want a good man for captain, Ajax or Erymaeus or godlike Odysseus, or maybe you, son of Peleus, or most formidable hero, to offer sacrifice and appease the arch destroyer for us. Achilles looked him up and down and said, you shameless profiteering excuse for a commander. How are you going to get any Greek warrior to follow you into battle again? You know I don't have any quarrel with the Trojans. They didn't do anything to me that makes me come over here and fight. Didn't run off my cattle or horses or ruin my farmland back home to Phthia. Not with all the shadowy mountains and moaning seas between. It is for you, Dogface, for your precious pleasure and Menelaus's honor that we came here. A fact you don't have the decency even to mention. And now you're threatening to take away the prize that I sweated for and the Greeks gave me. I never get a prize equal to yours when the army captures one of the Trojan strongholds. No, I don't do the dirty work with my own hands. And when the battle's over and we divide the loot, you get the lion's share, and I go back to the ships with some pitiful little thing. So worn out from fighting, I don't have the strength left even to complain. Well, I'm gonna go back to Phthia now. Far better to head home with my curved ships than to stay here unhonored myself and piling up a fortune for you. The warlord Agamemnon responded, go ahead and desert if that's what you want. I'm not going to beg you to stay. There are plenty of others who will honor me, not least all of all Zeus's, the counselor. To me, you're the most hateful king under heaven, a born troublemaker. You actually like fighting and war. If you're all that strong, it's just a gift from some god. So why don't you go home with your ships and lord it over your precious myrmidons? I couldn't care less about you or your famous temper, but I'll tell you this. Since Photobios Apollo is taking away my Chrysis, whom I'm sending back aboard ship with my friends, I'm coming to your hut and taking Brice, your own beautiful prize, so that you'll see just how much stronger I am than you, and the next person will wince at the thought of opposing me as an equal. Achilles' chest was a rough knot of pain, twisting around his heart should be. Draw the sharp sword that hung by his thigh, scatter the ranks and gut Agamemnon, or control his temper, repress his rage. He was mulling it over and inching the great sword from its sheath, when out of the blue Athena came, sent by the white-armed goddess Hera, who loved and watched over both men. She stood behind Achilles and grabbed his sandy hair, visible only to him. Not another soul saw her. Awestruck, Achilles turned around, recognized Pallas Athena at once. It was her eyes, and words flew from his mouth like winging birds. Daughter of Zeus, why have you come here? To see Agamemnon's arrogance? No doubt I'll tell you where I place my bets. Goddess, sudden death for this outrageous behavior. Athena's eyes glared through the sea's salt haze. I came to see if I could check this temper of yours, sent from heaven by the white-armed goddess Hera, who loves and watches over both of you men. Now come, drop this quarrel. Don't draw your sword. Tell him off instead, and I'll tell you, Achilles, how things will be. You're going to get 3 times as many magnificent gifts because of his arrogance. Just listen to us and be patient. Achilles, the great runner, responded, when you two speak, goddess, a man has to listen no matter how angry. It's better that way. Obey the gods, and they hear you when you pray. With that, he ground his heavy hand into the silver hilt and pushed the great sword back into its sheath. Athena's speech had been well timed. She was on her way to Olympus by now, to the halls of Zeus and the other immortals, while Achilles tore into Agamemnon again. You bloated drunk, with a dog's eyes and a rabbit's heart, you've never had the guts to buckle on armor in battle or come out with the best fighting Greeks on any campaign, afraid to look death in the eye? Agamemnon, it's far more profitable to hang back in the army's rear, isn't it? Confiscating prizes from any Greek who talks back and bleeding your people dry. There's not a real man under your command, or this latest atrocity would be your last, son of Atreus. Now get this straight, I swear a formal oath by this scepter which will never sprout leaf or branch again since it was cut from its stalk in the mountains which will bloom no more, now that bronze has pared off leaf and bark, and which now the sons of the Greeks hold by in their hands at council, upholding Zeus's laws. By this scepter, I swear, when every last Greek desperately misses Achilles, your remorse won't do any good then. When Hector, the man-killer, swats you down like flies, and you will eat your heart out because you failed to honor the best Greek of all. Those were his words, and he slammed the scepter down, studded with gold, to the ground, and sat down. Opposite him, Agamemnon fumed. Then Nestor stood up, sweet-worded Nestor, the orator from Pylos, with a voice high-toned and liquid as honey. He had seen 2 generations of men pass away in sandy Pylos, and was now king in the third. He was full of goodwill in the speech he made. It's a sad day for Greece, a sad day. Priam and Priam's sons would be happy indeed, and the rest of the Trojans too, glad in their hearts if they learned all this about you two fighting, our 2 best men in council and in battle. Now listen to me, both of you. You're both younger than I am, and I've associated with men better than you, and they didn't treat me lightly. I've never seen men like those, and never will. The likes of Perotus and Dryas, a shepherd to his people, Carneus and Exergius, and godlike Polyphemus, and Argius' son Theseus, who could have passed for a god. The strong men who ever lived on earth, the strongest, and they fought with the strongest with wild things from the mountains and beat the daylights out of them. I was their companion, although I came from Pylos. From the ends of the earth they sent for me themselves, and I held my own fighting with them. You couldn't find a mortal on earth who could fight with them now. And when I talked in council, they took my advice. So should you two now. Taking advice is a good thing. Agamemnon, for all your nobility, don't take this girl. Leave her be. The army originally gave her to him as a prize. Not Nor should you, son of Peleus, want to lock horns with a king. A scepter-holding king has honor beyond the rest of men, power and glory given by Zeus himself. You are stronger, and it is a goddess who bore you, but he is more powerful since he rules over more. Son of Atreus, cease your anger, and I appeal personally to Achilles to control his temper, since he is, for all Greeks, a mighty bulwark in this evil war. And Agamemnon, the warlord, yes, old man, everything you said is absolutely right. But this man wants to be ahead of everyone else. He wants to rule everyone, give orders to everyone, lord it over everyone, and he's not going to get away with it. If the gods eternal made him a spearman, does that mean they gave him permission to be so insolent as well? And Achilles breaking in on him. Ha! And you think of the names people would call me if I bowed and scraped every time you opened your mouth? Try that on somebody else, but not on me. I'll tell you this, and you can stick it in your own gut. I'm not going to put up a fight on account of the girl. You, all of you, gave her, and you can all take her back. But anything else of mine and my black sailing ship, you keep your goddamn hands off. You hear? Riot. Let everybody here see how fast your black blood boils up around my spear. So it was a standoff, their battle of words, and the assembly besides the Greek ships dissolved. Achilles went back to the huts by his ships with Patroclus and his men. Agamemnon had a fast ship hauled down to the sea, picked 20 oarsmen, loaded on 100 bulls due to the god, and had Chryseis' daughter, his fair-cheeked girl, go aboard also. Odysseus captained, and when they were all on board, the ship headed out to sea. On shore, Agamemnon ordered a purification. The troops scrubbed down and poured the filth into the sea. Then they sacrificed to Apollo oxen and goats by the hundreds on the barren shore. The smoky savor swirled up to the sky. That was the order of the day, but Agamemnon did not forget his spiteful threat against Achilles. He summoned Tathybius and Eurybates, faithful retainers who served as his heralds. Go to the hut of Achilles, son of Peleus, bring back the girl, for she brays. If he won't give her up, I'll come myself with my men and take her, and freeze his heart cold. It was not the sort of mission a herald would relish. The pair trailed along the barren seashore until they came to the Myrmidons' ships and encampment. They found Achilles sitting outside his hut, beside his black ship. He was not glad to see them. They stood respectfully silent. In all of this king, and it was Achilles who was moved to address them first. Welcome, heralds of the gods, messengers, and men. Come closer. You're not to blame. Agamemnon is. Who sent you here for the girl? Braves. Patroclus. Bring the girl out and give her to these gentlemen. You two are witnesses before the blessed gods, before mortal men and the hard-hearted king, if ever I'm needed to protect the others from being hacked to bits. His mind is murky with anger, and he doesn't have the sense to look ahead and behind to see how the Greeks might defend their ships. Thus Achilles. Patroclus obeyed his beloved friend and brought Brea's cheeks flushed out of the tent and gave her to the heralds, who led her away. She went unwillingly. Then Achilles in tears withdrew from his friends and sat down far away on the foaming white seashore, staring out at the endless sea, stretching out his hands. He prayed over and over to his beloved mother. Mother, since you bore me for a short life only, Olympian Zeus was supposed to grant me honor. Well, he hasn't given me any at all. Agamemnon has taken away my prize and dishonored me. His voice, choked with tears, was heard by his mother. She sat in the sea depths beside her old father. She rose up from the white-capped sea like a mist, and setting herself aside her weeping child, she stroked him with her hand and talked to him. Why are you crying, son? What's wrong? Don't keep it inside. Tell me so we'll both know. And Achilles, with a deep groan, you already know. Why do I have to tell you? We went after Thebes, Arion's sacred town, sacked it and brought the plunder back here. The army divided everything up and chose for Agamemnon's fair cheek Chryses. Then her father Chryses, a priest of Apollo, came to our army's ships on the beachhead, hauling a fortune for his daughter's ransom. He displayed Apollo's sacred ribbons on a golden staff and made a formal plea to the entire Greek army, but especially the commanders Atreus' two sons. You could hear the troops murmuring, "Respect the priest and take the ransom." But Agamemnon wouldn't hear of it and dismissed Chryses with a rough speech. The old man went back angry, and Apollo heard his beloved priest's prayer. He hit the Greeks hard, and the troops were falling over dead, the gods' arrows raining down all through the Greek camp. A prophet told us the arch-destroyers will, and I demanded the god be appeased. Agamemnon got angry. He stood up and threatened me, and made good of his threat. The high command sent the girl on a fast ship back to Chryse with gifts for Apollo, and heralds led away my girl Brias, whom the army had given to me. Now you have to help me if you can. Go to Olympus and call the debt that Zeus owes you. I remember often hearing you tell in my father's house how you alone managed of all the immortals to save Zeus's neck when the other Olympians wanted to bind him. Hera and Poseidon, then Pallas Athena, you came and loosened him from his chains and lured to Olympus' summit the giant with 100 hands, whom the gods call Praeorus, but men call Ergion, stronger even than his own father Uranus, and he sat hulking in front of the cloud-black Zeus, proud of his prowess, and sacred all the gods who were trying to put the son of Cronus in chains. Remind Zeus of this, sit holding his knees, see if he is willing to help the Trojans. Him Greeks in battle in between the fleet and the sea, only then they start being killed. The Greeks may appreciate Agamemnon for what he is, and the wide ruling son of Atreus will see what a fool he's been because he did not honor the best of all the fighting Achaeans. And Thetis now weeping himself, Thetis now weeping herself. Oh, my poor child, I bore you for sorrow, nursed you for grief. Why, you should be spending your time here by your ships, happily and untroubled by tears, since life is short for you all too brief. Now you're destined for both an early death and misery beyond compare. It was for this I gave birth to you in your father's palace under an evil star. I'll go to snowbound Olympus and tell all this to the Lord of Lightning. I hope he listens. You stay here, though, besides your ships, and let the Greeks feel your spite. Withdraw completely from the war. Zeus left yesterday in the river Ocean on this way to a feast with the Ethiopians. All the gods went with him. He'll return to Olympus 12 days from now, and I'll go within to his bronze threshold and plead with him. I think I'll persuade him. And she left him there, angry and heartsick at being forced to give up the silken-waisted girl. I'll pick up momentarily. After I get some filling back in my foot and grab some coffee. Welcome, welcome. Oh, you're really cool, Viol. You're really cool. I appreciate that. That's cool. Thank you, Casey, Moonbloom. Thank you to all of our moderators, all the people keeping an eye on things and keeping a positive flow. Appreciate that. Oh, I'm going to sit down first. I'm not going to start reading just yet. But one thing I connected with over that little bit that I read was how Achilles was honoring the gods. He was honoring the divines. He essentially was respecting divine law and order, and that's huge. That's huge. Even against his own desires, he stopped his temper. We talked quite a bit in the past couple of days, very detailed, of why it's important when meditating to stop the thinking process, to still those incoming thoughts, the known as the min-ob meditation. And so Achilles, he's heated up in temper. Agamemnon's there. They're going back and forth, and the goddess comes to him. Athena comes to him essentially, and she's like, "Yo, yo, yo." Uh, she's like, "Slow your temper, whatnot." And Achilles comes back, and he's like, "Yeah, when you're listening to the gods, you can't be angry," or however he said it. You can't. It's not up to you at that moment. You gotta stop everything that you're doing. And so he even recognized that mental processing as well. I mean, that was addressed there. These stories of old, wrapped up in so much sacred truth, is why I do enjoy sharing. Um, Thank you, River City. Appreciate that. Totally, absolutely correct on that. Wow, thank you, Joshua Burrow. Very appreciate that. And just to echo those words, those are good. It's welcome to the Ancient Connection with Setra. We are a community for enlightenment. We follow the Jade light in pursuit of knowledge and understanding over life and the universe. I mean, like I made River City Transit a moderator because I was like, they, I don't know, something happened, whatever the case. We didn't really chat or anything. I was like, boom, you're a moderator. and like, boy, I agree 1,000,000%. That's right on point. That's better than I could have come up with myself. To those that are here, my email address is cetra at yahoo.com, Setchra at yahoo.com. And if you have an idea, or if there's a subject, or if there's something you have a question on a personal level, whatever the case that I can assist with, feel free to shoot me an email, and I'll be happy to interact. I'll be happy to point you in the right direction or mention whatever information. One thing I do is I'll mention information, but I leave names out. If you do want to be mentioned, me to share your name or wherever the source material question came from, you can definitely let me know in that email, and I'll be happy to share that. But otherwise, that's like by request. And anyways, so we are continuing the Iliad. Meanwhile, Odysseus was putting in a crest with his sacred cargo on board when they were well within the deep water harbor. They furled the sail and stowed it in the ship's hold, slackened the forestays and lowered the mast, working quickly, then rowed her to a mooring where they dropped anchor and made the stern cables fast. The crew disembarked on the sea beach and unloaded the bulls for Apollo the archer. Then Chryseis' daughter stepped off the seagoing vessel, and Odysseus led her to an altar and placed her in her father's hands, saying, Chryseis, King Agamemnon, has sent me here to return your child and offer to Photobus formal sacrifice on behalf of the Greeks. So may we appease Lord Apollo, and may he lift the afflictions he has sent upon us. Chryseis received his daughter tenderly. Moving quickly, they lined the 100 oxen round the massive altar, a glorious offering, washed their hands and sprinkled on the victims sacrificial barley. On behalf of the Greeks, Chryseis lifted his hands and prayed aloud. Hear me, silver bow, protector of Christ, Lord of Holy Celia, master of Tenedos. As once before you heard my prayer, did me honor, and smote the Greeks mightily, so now also grant me this prayer. Lift the plague from the Greeks and save them from death. Thus the old priest, and Apollo heard him. After the prayers and the strewing of barley, they slaughtered and flayed the oxen, jointed the thigh bones, and wrapped them in a layer of fat with cuts of meat on top. The old man roasted them over charcoal and doused them with wine. Younger men stood by with five tine forks in their hands. When the thigh pieces were charred, and they had tasted the tripe, they cut the rest into strips, skewered it on spits, and roasted it skillfully. When they were done and the feast was ready, feast they did, and no one lacked an equal share. When they had all had enough to eat and drink, the young men topped off mixing bowls with wine and served it in goblets to all the guests. All day long these young Greeks propitiated the god with dancing, singing to Apollo a paean as they danced. And the god was pleased. When the sun went down and the darkness came on, they went to sleep by the ship's stern cables. Dawn came early, a palmetto of rose, time to make sail for the wide beachhead camp. They set up masts and spread the white canvas, and the following wind, sent by Apollo, boomed in the mainsail, an indigo wave hissed off the bow as the ship surged on, leaving a wake as she held on course through the billows. When they reached the beachhead, they hauled the black ship high on the sand and jammed in the long chocks. Then the crew scattered to their own huts and ships. All this time Achilles and son Peleus in the line of Zeus nursed his anger. The great runner idled by his fleet's fast holes. He was not to be seen in council, the arena, for glory, nor in combat. He sat tight in camp, consumed with grief, his great heart yearning for the battle cry and war. 12 days went by. Dawn. The gods returned to Olympus, Zeus at their head. Thetis did not forget her son's requests. She rose from the sea and lit up through the air the great sky, and found Cronus' wide-seeing son sitting in isolation on the highest peak on the rugged Olympic massif. She settled beside him and touched his knees with her left hand, his beard with her right, and made her plea to the Lord of Sky. Father Zeus, if I have ever helped you in word or deed among the immortals, grant me this prayer. Honor my son, doomed to die young, and yet dishonored by Agamemnon, who stole his prize of personal affront. Do justice by him, of Olympus. Give the Trojans the upper hand until the Greeks grant my son the honor he deserves. Zeus made no reply, but sat a long time in silence, clouds scudding around him. Thertes held fast to his knees and asked again, Give me a clear yes or no, either nod an assent or refuse me. Why should you care if I know how negligible a goddess I am in your eyes? This provoked a troubled, a gloomy response. This is disastrous. You're going to force me into conflict with Hera? I can just hear her now cursing me and bawling me out. As it is, she already accuses me of favoring the Trojans. Please go back the way you came. Maybe Hera won't notice. I'll take care of this, and so you can have some peace of mind. I'll say yes to you by nodding my head, the ultimate pledge, unambiguous, irreversible, and absolutely fulfilled. Whatever I say yes to with a nod of my head. And the son of Kronos nodded. Black brows lowered, a glory of hair cascaded down from the Lord's immortal head, and the holy mountain trembled. Their conference over, the two parted, the goddess dove into the deep sea from Olympus' snow glare, and Zeus went to his home. The gods all rose from their seats at their father's entrance. Not one dared watch him enter without standing to greet him, and so the god entered and took his high seat. But Hera had noticed his private conversation with Thetis, the silver-footed daughter of the old man of the sea, and flew at him with cutting words. Who is that you were scheming with just now? You just love devising secret plots behind my back, don't you? You can't bear to tell me what you're thinking, or you don't dare. Never have and never will. The father of the gods and men answered, Hera, don't hope to know all my secret thoughts. It would strain your mind even though you are my wife. What is proper to hear? No one, human or divine, will hear before you. But what I wish to conceive apart from the other gods, don't pry into that. And Lady Hera, with her oxen eyes wide, oh my, the awesome son of Cronus has spoken. Pry? You know that I never pry, and always, you always cheerfully volunteer whatever information you please. It's just that I have the feeling that somehow the silver-footed daughter of the old man of the sea may have won you over. She was sitting beside you up there in the mists, and she did touch your knees, and I'm pretty sure that you agreed to honor Achilles and destroy Greeks by the thousands besides their ships. And Zeus, the master of the clouds and storms, you witch, your intuitions are always right, but what does it get you? Nothing except that I like you less than ever, and so you're worse off. If it's as you think it is, it's my business, not yours. So sit down and shut up and do as I say. You see these hands? All the gods on Olympus won't be able to help you if I ever lay them on you. Hedda lost her nerve when she heard this. She sat down in silence, fear cramping her heart, and gloom settled over the gods in Zeus's hall. Hephaestus, the master artisan, broke the silence out of concern for his ivory-armed mother. This is terrible. It's going to ruin us all. If you two quarrel like this over the mortals, it's bound to affect us gods. There will be no more pleasure in our feasts if we let things turn ugly. Mother, please, I don't have to tell you. You have to be pleasant to our father Zeus, so he won't be angry and ruin our feast. If the Lord of Lightning wants to blast us from our seats, he can. That's how much stronger he is. So I apologize to him with silken soft words, and the Olympian in turn will be gracious to us. He whisked up a two-handed cup, offered it to his dear mother, and said to her, I know it's hard, mother, but you have to endure it. I don't want to see you getting beat up and me unable to help you. The Olympian can be rough. Once before, when I tried to rescue you, he flipped me by my foot off our balcony. I fell all day and came down when the sun did on the island of Lemnos, scarcely alive. The Phoenicians had to nurse me back to health. By the time he finished, the ivory-armored goddess was smiling at her son. She accepted the cup from him. Then the lame god turned serving boy, siphoning nectar from the mixing bowl and pouring the sweet liquor for all of the gods, who couldn't stop laughing at the sight of Hephaestus hustling through the halls. And so all day long, until the sun went down, they feasted to their heart's content, Apollo playing beautiful melodies on the lyre, the Muses singing responsively in lovely voices. And when the last gleams of sunset had faded, they turned in for the night, each to a house built by Hephaestus, the renowned master craftsman. the burly blacksmith with the soul of an artist, and the Lord of Lightning, Olympian Zeus, went to his bed, the bed he always slept in when sweet sleep overcame him. He climbed in and slept next to golden thorned Hera. That's the first book. I guess technically they're by books. One might think they're the size of a chapter. But words are interesting. Oh, I was reading the Iliad. Specifically, translated by Stanley Lombardo. Oh, I know it's backwards there, but you could take a screenshot and flip it and get the correct whatnot of it. Yo, thank you. I do like to. Seems like all things happen in the right times and the right moments. But I'm gonna jump back into the Iliad right after a couple sips of coffee. I hope you're having a good morning. And somebody mentioned breaking the fourth wall. Bada boom, there we go. I mentioned it earlier today, and the reality is that the liberation of the soul, ascendance unto heaven, that type of thing happens while we're living. While we're living, we have the ability to treat people, complete strangers, in a way of living in love and goodness. And as we don't wait for some event in the future, but we take it into account today and we love our neighbors. Some people we want to help, we cannot help. So we must just keep moving forward in our own direction, doing our own thing, knowing that what we're doing is adding good energy into the atmosphere, good, something positive. One's own personal growth helps everybody grow. There's scientific stuff, there's studies, there's all that kind of good stuff that's been talked about, all of that. So, as the moderators and others have brought out, uh, raising our vibration, raising our imagination to encompass the entire world. To I I I think that every single person should have a roof, a proper home. It's not dilapidated. That is in good standing. A home in good standing. In good condition. Food and water. Everybody should be allowed those three basic things. And to me, if I could wish for something from the universe, to that's the goal right there. And in any regard, I just put that out there. And I believe that all the good energy that we develop, that we carry, that continues on, even when I'm not here live or anything like that, but that each one of us around the world carries and does independently, but somehow quantumly, interconnectedly, uh, that we are raising the vibration of our environment to move beyond the conflict that we've been stuck in. We do this together. Anyways, back to the Iliad. And for those that have been following the channel and have been really kind of paying attention or taking notes or whatever the case, uh, the Iliad is a really great expression to see those different spheres of the tree of life, those energies that are dormant, those personality types that are within each of us. They're coming out through each character. Every single character is an expression of a different energy that we have within us. So we can bring Achilles out and he could be like, oh, I'm gonna just dominate it, raw. And he gets hot tempered because that emotion brings to life the magical manifestation, the mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. He's moving the magic to act like a whip, to strike immediately. And Agamemnon, he's going to stay back. He wants to see. He's going to be like, boom, boom, I'm going to move the chess pieces on the board. I'm moving that stuff. Everybody else is a piece on the board. I'm going to move it there. Other things have conflict, so he doesn't always get his way, because although he be like the top, there's still a top above him. And that would be the gods. That would be these divine ones that we're always connected to. And we have the priest and this. Anyways, the gods slept soundly that night, and the men by their war horses. But Zeus lay awake in the dark, thinking of how to honor Achilles and destroy Greeks by the shipload. His thoughts parted like storm clouds, and in the clear space between them he saw what seemed to be the best plan: to send to Agamemnon, son of Atreus, a woolly minute, a dream, and to it he spoke these feathery words. Go, deadly dream, along the Greek ships until you come to the hut of Agamemnon, and deliver this message to him exactly. Order him to arm his long-haired Greeks. Now is his time to capture Troy. The Olympian gods are no longer divided. Hera has bent them all to her will and targeted the Trojans for pain. The dream listened and went. Shadows flew around the Greek ships. It found Agamemnon wrapped in deep starlit slumber. The dream stood above his head. It looked like Nestor, the old man that Agamemnon respected the most, looked just like Nestor, and this dream that was a god addressed the king. Asleep, son of Atreus, horsebreaker, wise man, you can't sleep all night. All those decisions to make, so many people depending on you. I'll be brief. I am a messenger from Zeus, who is far away, but loves you and pities you. He orders you to arm your long-haired Greeks. Now is your time to capture Troy. The Olympian gods are no longer divided. Hera has bent them all to her will and targeted Troy for sorrow from Zeus. Think it over. Keep your wits about you, and don't forget this when sleep slips away. The voice trailed off, leaving him there, dreaming of things that were never to be. He thought he would take Priam's city that day. The fool. He didn't know that Zeus had in mind the pain and groans for both Trojans and Greeks in the unendurable crush of battle. He woke from sleep, the god's voice eddying around him. He sat upright, pulled on a silky shirt, threw on a cloak, laced a pair of sandals on his shining feet, and hung from his shoulder a silver warped sword. And he held his imperishable ancestral staff as he walked through the ships of the bronze-kilted Greeks. Dawn had just reached the peak of Olympus, speaking light to Zeus and the other immortals. Agamemnon ordered the heralds to call the Greeks to assembly. Listen, my friends, a dream from Zeus came to me last night in my sleep. It looked like Nestor, same face, same build, and it stood above my head and spoke. This is the call that went out, and when all the people were gathered before Agamemnon, seated the elders first by Nestor's ship, and this is the unfoldment of that plan. Just like Nestor, the same face, the same build, and it stood above my head and spoke. Asleep, son of Atreus, horsebreaker, wise man, you can't sleep all night. All those decisions to make, so many people depending on you. I'll be brief. I am a messenger from Zeus who is far away but loves you and pities you. He orders you to arm your long-haired Greeks, and now is your time to capture Troy. The Olympian gods are no longer divided. Hera has bent them all to her will and targeted Troy for sorrow from Zeus. Think it over. The dream said all this, and off it flew, and I awoke from a sweet sleep. We'd better move if we're going to get the men in armor, but I'm going to best test them first with a little speech. The usual drill. Order them to beat a retreat in their ships. It's up to each one of you to persuade them to stay. He had this say and sat down. Then uprose Nestor, king of sand-sweat Palos. He was full of good will in his speech he made. Friends ought to give counselors and commanders. If any other Greek told us this dream, we would call it a lie and turn our backs on him. But this is a man with a claim to be the best of the Greeks. We'd better move if we're going to get them in armor. And he headed out. The other commanders stood up, convinced he was right. The troops were moving now, swarming like insects over the beach, like bees that hum from a hollow rock in an endless line, and flying clusters over flowers in spring, groping themselves in aerial throngs. The Greeks made like that as they swarmed out of the ships, and the huts clutched beneath them, filling through the deep scene into assembly, swept along by Zeus' emissary, wildfire rumor. They milled about in the assembly ground, and the earth groaned as the unruly crowd eased itself down, and the 9 brawling heralds tried to stop them, shouting, and get them to listen to their Zeus-born kings. They settled down finally and kept their seats and stopped all the noise. Up stood Lord Agamemnon holding a staff. Hephaestus had crafted the staff, and Hephaestus had given it to Cronian Zeus. Zeus in turn gave it to Quicksilver Hermes, and to Hermes to Pelops, the charioteer. Pelops handed it on to Atreus, and when Atreus died, he left it to Thyestes. Thyestes left it to Agamemnon to bear and rule over the islands, and all of Argos leaning on it now. He addressed the Greeks. Dardan heroes and soldiers, Zeus is a hard god. Friends, he kept me in the dark, and after all his promises and nods my way that I'd raise Ilion's walls before sailing home, It was all a lie, and I see now that his orders are for me to return to Argos in disgrace, and this after all the armies I've destroyed. I have no doubt that this is the high will of the God who has toppled so many cities, and will in the future all glory to his power, but it will be shame for generations to come that such a large and powerful army of Greeks has fought this futile war against a few puny men. There is no end in sight, nor has there ever been. Look, if the Greeks and the Trojans agreed to a truce and both sides counted off all of the Trojans who live in the city and all of the Greeks, and if we Greeks formed up in platoons of 10, and each platoon picked a Trojan to pour our wine, there would be many platoons with no one to pour. That's how much our Greek forces outnumber the Trojans who live in the city. It's their allies, reinforcements from other cities who keep hitting me hard and won't let me capture Ilion's serried fortress, no matter how hard I try. 9 years of great Zeus have passed. Our ship's timbers are rotten and their tackle loose. Our wives and little children are no doubt sitting at home waiting for us, and here we are, the job that we came to do and finished. Now this is what I say, and I want us all to obey. Let's clear out with our ships and head for home. There's no more hope. We will take Troy's tall town. This speech roused the spirits of rank and file, the masses who had not been in on the council. The army started to move on the shore. Long waves from on the Acadian Sea, when winds east and south explode from the clouds of Patriarch Zeus, or the west wind drapes a field of deep wheat, rippling and tasseling the ears as it blows. So to these troops' lines, then shouting began. And the mad rush to the ships, dust rising in plumes from their feet as confused yells to fasten boat books, clear out launchways, and drag the ships down to the shining sea, rose to the sky. They were going home. They had already begun to remove the chocks from under the holes, and there might have been an unordained homecoming then for the Greeks if Hera had not had a word with Athena. This is awful, child of Zeus, mystic daughter of the Aegis holder. Are we going to allow the Greeks to go home just like that? Run away to their own country over the seas brought back? They're just like going to hand Priam and the Trojans the glory, not to mention Helen of Argos, for whose sake many a Greek has perished in Troy, far from his homeland. Go down there now along the ranks of the bronze-shirted Greeks, and with your mild words restrain each man. Don't let them haul their curved prows to the sea. But Athena straight down from Olympus crags, her eyes like owls gray in the blue air, and came quickly to the ships in the beachhead camp. She found Odysseus there, his mind like Zeus's own, standing in thought. He had not laid a hand on his bench to the black ship, and his heart was heavy. The owl-eyed goddess stood close to him and said, "Son of Atreus, in the line of Zeus, wily Odysseus, are you Greeks going to run away just like that, home to your fatherland over the seas broad back? Are you just going to hand Priam and the Trojans the glory, not to mention Helen of Argos, for whose sake many a Greek has perished in Troy, far from his homeland? Now go down along all the ships of the bronze-shirted Greeks, and with your mild words restrain each man. Don't let them haul their curved prows to the sea." Odysseus knew that voice, and he set off at a run, throwing his cloak behind him. The Autobates, the herald, his man from Ithaca, gathered it up, and he went to Agamemnon and got from him his ancestral staff, the splinter of eternity, and with it went along with the ships of the Greeks. Whenever he encountered a chieftain or the like, he tried to restrain him with these gentle words. "What's gotten into you? I don't mean to frighten you as if you were a coward, but sit down here yourself and make your men sit down. If you don't really know Agamemnon's mind, he's just testing us now, but before long he's going to come down on us hard. Didn't we all hear what he said in council? If he gets angry, the whole army had better watch out. Kings are bred by Zeus and have tempers to match. But if he caught any of the ordinary soldiers yelling, he would belt him with the staff and bawl him out. You there, you, who do you think you are? Sit still and listen to your betters. You're a weakling unfit for combat, a nothing in battle and in council. Do you think every Greek here can be a king? It's no good having a carload of commanders. We need one commander, one king, the one to whom Zeus, son of Cronos, the crooked, has given the staff and the right to make decisions for his people. And so Odysseus mastered the army. The men all streamed back from their ships and huts and assembled with a roar. Away from the restless churning sea crashes on a beach, and the water seethes and thunders. They had all dropped to the sand and were sitting there, except for one man, Thersites, a blathering fool and a rambling rouser. This man had a repertory of choice insults he used at random to revile the nobles, saying anything he thought the soldiers would laugh at. He was also the ugliest soldier at the siege of Troy. Bow-legged, walked with a limp, his shoulders slumped over his caved-in chest, and up top scraggly fuzz sprouted on his pointy head. Achilles especially hated him, as did Odysseus, because he was always provoking them. Now, he was screaming abuse at Agamemnon. The Achaeans were angry, and with him the indignant, but that did not stop him from raising the warlord. What's wrong, son of Atreus? Something you need? Your huts are filled with bronze and with women. We Archaeans pick out and give to you first of all whenever we take some town. Are you short of gold? Maybe some Trojan horse breeder will bring you some uh, out of Ilion as ransom for his son, whom I or some other Archaean has captured. Maybe it's a young girl for you to make love to and keep off somewhere for yourself. It's not right for a leader to march our troops into trouble. The Archaeans are a disgrace. Archaean women, not men. Let's sail home in our ships and leave him here to stew over his prizes so he'll have a chance to see whether he needs our help or not. Furthermore, he dishonored Achilles, who's a much better man. Achilles, he doesn't have an angry bone in his body, or this latest atrocity would be your last, son of Atreus. That was the abuse Agamemnon took from the mouth of Thersites. Odysseus was on him in a flash, staring him down with a scowl, and laid into him. Mind your tongue, Thersites. Better think twice about briefing the only man here to quarrel with his betters. I don't care how well toned an orator you are, you're nothing but trash. There's no one lower in all the army that followed Agamemnon to Troy. You have no right even to mention kings in public, much less back-mouth them so you can get to go home. We have no idea how things are going to turn out, what kind of homecoming we Archaeans will have, yet you have the nerve to revile Agamemnon, son of Atreus, the shepherd of his people, because the Dardan heroes are generous to him. You think you can stand up in public and insult him? Well, let me tell you something. I guarantee that if I ever catch you running on at the mouth again as you were just now, my name isn't Odysseus. May I never again be called Telemachus' father if I don't lay hold of you, strip your ass naked, and run you out of the assembly and through the ships, crying at all the ugly licks I land on you. And with that he whaled the staff down on Thersites' back. The man crumpled in pain, and tears flooded his eyes. A huge bloody welt rose on his back under the gold staff's force, and he sat there astounded, drooling with pain and wiping away his tears. The troops, forgetting their disappointment, had a good laugh at his expense, looking at each other, saying, Oh man, you can't count on how many good things Odysseus has done for the Greeks. A real leader in council and in battle, but this tops them all. The way he took that loudmouth out of commission, I don't think he'll ever be man enough again to rile the commanders with all his insults. That's what they were saying in the ranks. Then Odysseus, destroyer of cities, stood up, holding the staff owl-eyed. Athena transformed herself into a herald and silenced the troops so that every last man in the Greek army would listen closely to what he had to say. Son of Atreus, the Greeks are out to make you, my lord, the most despised man on earth. And they have no intention on keeping the promise they made to you when they set out from Argos, not to return until you pull down the Ilion's walls. They are like little children or widowed women, the way they whine to each other about going home. God knows it's hard enough to make a man give up and go back. A man gets discouraged when he spends even 1 month away from his wife's own ship, battling winter winds and the surging sea. For us, it's 9 years we've been here now. I can't blame our men for getting discouraged as they wait beside their beat ships, but still, it would be a disgrace to go home empty handed after all this time. So bear up, friends, and let us stay long enough to find out whether Calculus has prophesied truly or not. Everyone here, and I am talking about all of us, not carried off by the wings of death, remembers it. It seems just like yesterday when the ships were mustered at Aulis with their cargo of sorrows. For Priam and the Trojans were gathered around a spring, offering sacrifice on sacred altars, perfect hecatombs beneath a beautiful plane tree from under which the shining water flowed. Then we saw it, a serpent in black blood red, horrible. The Olympian himself must have brought it into the daylight. It slithered out from the altar and up the plane tree. A sparrow's fledglings were nested on the topmost branch. 8 little birds trembling under the leaves, or 9, counting the mother who hatched them. And serpent devoured them all as they cheeped pitifully. The mother fluttered around, mourning her nestlings, but he coiled and got her by the wings as she shrieked. And after he had eaten the sparrow and her young, the very God who revealed him turned him to stone, an unmistakable portent from Zeus, son of Cronos. We stood there in awe of what had happened. This prodigy had crept into our sacrifice. Calgurus was quick to pronounce his prophetic meaning. Why are you silent, all you long-haired Greeks? This great portent is a message from Zeus, whose glory shall never die, a portent late in coming and late to be fulfilled. As this serpent devoured the sparrow's children and the bird herself, 8 hatchlings, 9 counting the mother, so will we for as many years wage this war, but in the 10th we will capture the city. That was his prophecy, and it has all come true. So let's have every Greek who ever strapped on armor stay put until we capture Priam's great city. He finished, and the Greeks cheered so loud that the wooden hulls of the ships boomed with their approval of godlike Odysseus' speech. Then Nestor, the Jordaean rioter, addressed them. Bah! You're carrying on like silly boys who have no business at all fighting a war. What will become of our compacts and oaths into the fire with our resolutions and plans? The pure wine we poured out, the handclasps we trusted in, we are wrangling with words now, and will not find thereby the ways or means to stay the course for long. Son of Atreus, assert yourself and resume your command of the Greek forces in all their grueling battles. To hell with those one or two Archaeans with private plans which will come to nothing. To return to Argos before we know for sure whether Zeus' promise was a lie or not. I say that the Argies hold or nodded his assent on the day when the Argives came in their ships with their cargo of carnage and death for the Trojans, lightning on the right, favorable signs revealed. No man here should be in a hurry to go home until he has spent the night with some Trojan's wife as revenge for Helen's struggles and groans. But if anyone is so almighty eager to go home back, let him touch his black ship so he can seal his fate before the whole army. But now, my lord, he be prudent and take the advice, hardly negligible, that I am about to give. Divide the men by tribes and clans, Agamemnon, so that the clans and tribes can support each other. If you do this, and the army complies, you will know which of your captains is a coward and which is brave, and so too with the soldiers, for they will fight as units. You will know too whether it is heaven's will that you not take the city, or that your men are cowards and witless in war. He spoke, and Lord Agamemnon answered, once again, Nestor, the best speech of all. Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, given me 10 such counselors in Priam's city, would lay her head in her lap, taken and ravaged. But Zeus, son of Cronos, has given me grief, embroiling me in pointless quarrels. Yes, Achilles and I argued over a girl, and it was I who grew angry first. If we two could agree, there would not be the slightest postponement of evil for Troy. But go eat now, so we can get this battle together. Sharpen your spears and dress your shields. Lay out fodder for your horses and inspect your chariots. We're going to war. We're going to fight all day and hate every minute. We're go without any breaks until it's too dark to see. It's going to be chest sweating under shield straps, hands sore from the gripping spears, horses sweaty from pulling us around in our polished cars, and if I catch anyone even thinking about staying out of the fight here with the ships, the dogs and birds will have him by nightfall. The cheer that followed this speech came on like a wave that pounds a high cliff, a wave swollen by wind against the jutting crag that is constantly worried by wind-driven waves from every direction. The men stood up and scattered to their ships, made fires in their huts, and took their meal, and each made sacrifice to his favorite god, praying to escape from battle alive. The warlord Agamemnon sacrificed a fat bull 5 years old to Cronos' almighty son, and he summoned the elders, the best of the Atticans, Nestor first of all, and the warlord Artamernius, then the two Ajaxes, Antereus' son, Diomede, and as the sixth, Odysseus, Zeus, match in wisdom. Menelaus, the rallier, came on his own, knowing what his brother was up against. They stood round the ox and took up the barley grains, and the warlord Agamemnon led them in prayer. Zeus, most glorious, most great, dark cloud that art in heaven, may the sun not set nor darkness gather until I have cast Priam's roof beams smoldering to the ground and burned his doorways with consuming fire, and may I tear Hector's heart out with bronze, and may many of his comrades fall headlong around him, face down in the dust. But Zeus would not grant his prayer, not yet. He accepted Agamemnon's sacrifice, but blew upon his woes and increased them. After the prayers and the stewing of barley, they cut the ox's throat and flayed it, jointed the thigh bones and wrapped them in a layer of fat with the cuts of meat on top. These they roasted over split kindling wood. When the thigh pieces were charred and they had tasted the tripe, they cut the rest into strips, skewered it on spits, and roasted it carefully. When they were done and the feast was ready, feast they did, and no one lacked an equal share. When they had eaten and drunk to their heart's content, Nestor the Gerenian horseman spoke. Son of Atreus, my lord Agamemnon, let us remain gathered here no longer, nor delay the work that the gods have given us. Have the heralds of the bronze-armored Greeks make proclamation all through the ships and muster the army? We will patrol camp in a group to waken Ares more quickly. He spoke, and the warlord Agamemnon ordered the heralds to muster the troops in battle formation. They gave their sparkling cry, and all the commanders around Atreus' son hurried to have their men fall in, and in their midst Athena, eyes like slate, carried the Aegis priceless, and out of all time, pure gold tassels flying in the wind, each woven strand worth 100 oxen, and the gods herself, glowing like moonlight, rushed over the sand, sweeping them on and stiffening their hearts, so that for each of them to die in battle was sweeter than going home. A fire raging through endless forests in a mountain range can be seen far away as a distinct glow. Likewise, the glare from the advancing armies, unimaginable bronze and airy light that reached the stratosphere. Migratory birds, cranes, geese, or long-necked swans are gathering in a meadow in Asia, where the river Castrius branches out in streams. For a while they fly in random patterns, for the pure joy of using their wings. But then within a single cry they started to land, one line of birds settling in front of another until the whole meadow is a carpet of sound. Likewise, from the ships and huts, tribe after tribe poured out onto the Scamander's floodplain, and the ground groaned and reverberated under the feet of the hooves of their horses, and they stood in the fall flowering meadow there, countless as leaves or as flowers in their season. Innumerable throngs of buzzing flies will swarm over all a herdsman's yard in springtime when milk wets the pails. Likewise the throngs of long-haired Greeks who stood on the plain facing the Trojans, intent on hammering them to pieces. And as goatherds easily separate out wild flocks of goats mingled in pasture, so the commanders drew up their troops to enter battle, and Lord Agamemnon moved among them like Zeus himself. The look in his eyes carried off his head, with a torso like Ares or like Poseidon's. Picture of bull that sends out from the herd, head and horns above the milling cattle. Zeus on that day made the son of Atreus a man who stood out from the crowd of heroes. Tell me now, muses who live in Olympus, for you are goddesses and are present, and know all things, while we hear only reports and know nothing. Who were the Greeks' captains and lords, the rank and file I could never name, not even if I had 10 tongues, 10 mouths, a voice that never broke, and a bronze heart, unless the Olympian muses, daughters of Zeus, called to my mind all those who came under Ilium's walls. Now I will call the roll of the ships. The Volscians were led by Perleus and Leptius, with Arcesilaus, Protonor, and Clonius. Their towns were Hyria, Brachiolis, and Scolus, Rigid, Etolnus, Respia, Grea, Bron, Myclaesus, Harma, Ersion, Erthre, Elion, Hele, Perton, Ocalea, Merion, Cope, Utresus, Darb Corte Tespe, Corneria, Graci Herertus, Platea, Glessas, Lower Thebes, Onastus, Porcirion with its grove, and Arne its vineyards, Merdea, Sacred Misa, and on the coast Anterton, 50 ships, and aboard each ship 120 young men of Boeotia. The Myrnians from Aspretor and Osorgnos were led by Asclepius and Erimnus. son of Ares, born of Astios, then a virgin in the palace of Actor, son of Azus. When she had the god in her upstairs room, their 30 vessels were drawn up in rows. The Phocians were led by Shardius and Epistrophus, son of Iphiatios, grandsons of Narbodus. Their towns were Cyparsus and Rachypythos, a great Crisa, Doris, Panopus, and Amoria, Hiaporus on the river Cerpheus, and Leia by the springs of Cepheus. 40 black ships formed their contingent, and their leaders marshaled their ranks left of the Boeotians as they readied for war. The Locrians were led by swift Ajax, son of Oileus, not as great as Telamonian Ajax, not nearly a small man who wore a linen corselet, but with spear the best soldier in Greece. They lived in Cyphmus and Orpus and Calarus and Bessar and Scarfe and lovely Orgea, in Tarfe and Thronio, by the streams of Vargius. Ajax led 40 black ships manned by Locrians who dwell over against sacred Euboea, the Abantes who hold Euboea, and Carthis, Eretria, and the vineyards of Hysteria, seaside Sarinthus, and the steep stronghold of Dios, and those in Carthius, and also in Styra, were led by Elephenor, a scion of Ares and son of Capricorn. He was chief of the Abantes, a spirited people, swift and hot-tempered, their hair long in the back, spearmen eager, with outstretched spears to rend enemy corselets. 40 black ships followed Elephenor, those who led Athens, the well-founded citadel in the land of Arsteus, whom Athena fostered after the grain-field bore him and made him live in her own rich precinct, where Athenian youths still propitiate them yearly with rams and bulls. These were led by Mnestheus, Pythius' son. This man had no equal anywhere on earth at marshalling chariots and infantry, rivaled only by Nestor, who was his elder. 50 black ships followed Menethauus. Ajax led from Salamis 12 ships and stationed them by the Athenian contingent. Those who held Argos and walled Tyrians and Hermone and Acerne on the deep gulf, Trozen and Iorne and vine-clad Epidaurus, and the Archean youths in Argina and Massus. All these were led by Diomedes and Thernius, son of Campanius, with Euryalus as a third. But the commander-in-chief was Diomedes. The 80 black ships followed him. Those who held Mycenae's citadel and wealthy Corinth, and those in Cleorne and in Orne, and lovely Orethea, and in Saon, where Adrastus first was king, and those in Hypersia, and steep Gonorgia, and the Pellene, and around Aegium, throughout all Agialus, and around wide Hellas. All these were commanded 100 ships by Lord Agamemnon, son of Atreus. His contingent was far for the largest and best, and among them he put his gleaming bronze, glorying preeminent among all, and the army he led was largest of all. Those who lived in Lacedaemonians' clutches, in Ferris and Sparta, and dove-haunted Meses, and those in Bryce, in lovely Ortige, and Amalfi, and Halus, a citadel by the sea, and those in Las and the environs, and Ortulus. These were led by Agamemnon's brother Menelaus, those voice carried in battle, in 60 ships marshaled separately, and he moved among them with confidence, urging them into war. He wanted most of all requital for Helen's struggles and groans. Those who lived in Pylos and lovely Ariad, in Thyron, ford of Alpharius and Aerpi, in Cypresseus and Amphigernia, in Pertolus and Helus and Dorium, where the Muses met Thamris and stopped his song as he journeyed from Yortus, house of Orchalia, boasting he would win even if the Muses, daughters of Zeus, were seen against him. And in anger they maimed him, took away his melody, and silenced his lyre. All these Gareni and Nestor led and had 90 hollow ships drawn up in rows. Those who led Arcadian and Sere and Shardo, besides Albertus' tomb, were men fight hand to hand, and those in Phenius and Orchomernos, in ripe in Stratia and windy in Nespe, those who held Terrigia and Montania, those who held Stanphalus and lived in Parrhasia. All these Agamemnon led. Ancaeus' son, 50 ships, and each ship had on board many Arcadians who knew how to fight. Agamemnon himself had given them ships to cross over the sea's gray wine, for the Arcadians knew nothing of sailing the sea. Those from Buprasium and shining Elise and named their high Rhymne and Marcinus enclosed on the coast, and between Olin Rock and Elysium. All those had 4 leaders, each with 10 ships, with many Athenians on board. The captains were Amphimachus and Tharpiu, both of actors' line, one Cretus' son, the other of Eurytus. Third was mighty Diores, son of Amasnasus. Fourth was godlike Polyxenus, Argea's son. Those from Deretium and the Holy Islands, the Argernias, and that lie in the sea offshore from Elis, had Medicus as leader, peer of Ares, whom Philus dear as Zeus had begotten, the horseman Philus, who once upon a time had moved to Dorotium, angry with his father. 40 black ships followed Medicus to Troy. Odysseus led the proud Cephallenians, who held, if it could, forced Neriton, and those in Crothalia and rugged Agylips, in Zastunus and Samos, and all those who lived along the mainland coast opposite these islands. Odysseus led them, the peers of Zeus in council, and 12 vermilion prows followed him to Troy. The Aetolians were led by Adramnon's son, those they lived in Pluron, Ruvenus, Perenne, and searched chalices and rocky Calydon, for great-hearted Orno's sons were gone, and he himself was dead, and blond Meleager, who once was told to rule all Aetolia. 40 black ships followed Thoas to Troy. The Cretans were led by Eromoneus. Their cities were Snossus and walled Gortys, Raistus and Miletus, and lime-white Lycarstus, Fastus and Rhytium, well-peopled cities, and all who dwell in Crete's 100 towns. Idomeneus, famed for his spear, was captain, as was Meriones, who could kill like Ares. 80 black ships sailed with them to Troy. Heracles' son Tlepolemus, a good man and big, led 9 ships from Rhodes. The Rhodians were divided into 3 contingents: Landos, Elysus, and lime-white Cadmerus. They were led by the warrior Tlepolemus, born to great Heracles by Astyorchia, whom he had taken out of Ephyra and away from the river Salis after pillaging the cities of many a hero. But when Tlepolemus came of age in the palace, he killed his father's dear uncle Lysmenius, the scion of Ares. Then, getting on in years, he quickly built a fleet, gathering a following, and took flight on the sea, threatened by the other sons and grandsons of mighty Heracles. He came to Rhodes in his painful wanderings, and his people settled in 3 regions by tribes. They were loved by Zeus, who rules gods and men, and the son of Cronos showered them with wealth. Nereus led 3 trim ships from Same. Nereus was son of the Agrei of Charops, king of Same, and was the handsome man of all the Dardanelles who come to Troy after the flawless son of Peleus. But he was weak, and few men followed him. Those who held Nisrus and Carpathus, Corsus of course, Ioprius city, and the Calynian islands, were led by Phephipus and Antiphus, the two sons of Thessalus, Heracles' son. 30 vessels were drawn up in rows, those who inhabited Pelasgian Argos and lived in Alus, Alup, and Trachis, and held Bithynia and Hellas, land of fair women, and were known as Myrmidons, Hellenes, Archaeans. Achilles commanded their 50 ships. But none of them now thought of gruesome war, since there was no one to lead them into the ranks. The great sprinter lay idle in their beachhead camp, nursing his wrath because of the girl fair-haired Briseis, whom he had taken, after great effort, out of Lernusus, when he sacked the town and leveled Thebes' walls and cut down Menes and Hephaestus. King Averno's sons, great warriors both, heart-struck for her and angry, Achilles lay idle, but he would rise again soon. Those in Phyrice and flowering Thrasus, that Demeter's sanctuary, and those in Erathon, mother of flocks, and Antron by the sea, and in the grasslands of Perthros. All these were led by Protesilaus, while he still lived. The black earth now held him. His wife, cheeks torn, was left in Phlius. His house half built, and a Dardanelian killed him as he leapt from his ship, the first Greek ashore. His men were not leaderless, though they missed their leader, for Paracres marshaled them, son of Iphiclus, Phyraciartes, rich in flocks, and Protesilaus' brother. But Procellaus was older than a better man, a hero, and though his men did not lack a leader, they yearned for him. 40 black ships followed Protoslaus to Troy. Those in Pherae, besides Lake Beorbis, and in Boorbe, Glaphyrae, and well-built Iolcos, were in 11 ships led by Eumelus, Adamanthus' son by a glorious woman Asclepius, loveliest of Peleus' daughters. Those in Methorne and Dalmacia and Melboria and Rangeroleozor came in 7 ships led by Philocertes, the great archer, and aboard each ship were 50 oarsmen skilled with the bow. But Philocertes now lay in pain on an island sacred, Lemnos, where the Archaeans stranded him, afflicted with a wound from a deadly snake. He lay there in anguish, but the Greeks in Troy would soon remember Lord Philocertes, nor were these men leaderless. Merdon marshaled them, Oreus' bastard son, whom Rene bore to the pillager Oreus. Those in Thracan, craggy Athorme, and those in Orthalia, Reutia, Sieti, were led by the two sons of Slepius, Podolarius and Marcor, good healers both, with 30 vessels drawn up in rows. Those who held Ormernus and the spring Hypergia and Astrion and Titarnus, white peaks, were led by Eurypylus, Eurymon's great son. 40 black ships sailed with him to Troy. Those who held Argisa and lived in Gertorne and Orthe, Alorne and white brick Oluso, were led by Polyportes, staunch in battle, son of Partius, whom deathless Zeus begot. Gloried Hippomeria conceived Polyportes that day when Partius punished the shaggy centaurs, drove them from Pelion into the Artiasis. Leonotus shared the command, Calmus' grandson. 40 black ships sailed with them to Troy. Gornus led 20 ships from Syracuse, and with him came the Myrnes and Perebe, who had settled them wintry to Lorna, and in the fields around the stream Titatrosus, a tributary of the Peneus, its lovely water does not mingle with perennial silver Aries, but glides on its surface like olive oil, a branch of Styx, the dread water of oaths. The Magnetes who lived around Perneus and forested Pelion were led by swift Prothous, son of Tintredon, and 40 black ships. These were the leaders of the Dardans. But tell me now, Muse, who were the best of men and of horses in Atreides' army? The best horses were the mares of Euryalus, swift as birds of the same age with matching coats, and their backs were as even as a leveling line. Apollo, silver bow, and bred them in Peria, a team of mares who bore panic in battle. The best warrior was Telamonian El Ajax, while Achilles was in his rage, for Achilles was second to no one, as were the horses that bore Peleus' flawless son. But now he lay idle among his big sea-going holes, furious with Agamemnon, the shepherd of the people, the son of Atreus. Achilles' men amused themselves on the shore, throwing the discus and javelin and shooting their bows. The horses stood beside their chariots, championing lotus and marsh parsley. The chariots lay covered in their owners' huts. The men missed their leader. They tramped through the camp and had no part in fighting. The army marched, and it was as though the land were swept with fire. Earth groaned beneath them, as beneath Zeus when his wrath he thunders and lashes the country of the Arimi with lightning when men say Tartarus lies on the ground. So the earth groaned under their feet as they pressed on quickly over the plain. Zeus notified the Trojans of all this by sending Ares streaking down to Ilion. She found the citizens assembled in one body, young and old alike, near Priam's gate, talking. Ares positioned herself nearby and made her voice sound like Poliortes, a son of Priam, who, trusting his speed, often sat as lookout on top of the barrow of old Aristes, watching for any movement of Greek troops from their ships. Using his voice, the goddess said to Priam, "Sir, you are as fond of endless speeches now as you were in peacetime, but this is war. I have been I have been in battle or two, but never have I seen an army like this, covering the plain like leaves or like sand as it advances to attack the city. Hector, you are in charge of this operation, but because there's so many allies here with different languages from points abroad, each captain should give the word to his own men and lead them out marshaled by cities." Hector knew this was a goddess speech and dismissed the assembly. They rushed to arms, all the gates were opened, and the troops poured through them, on foot and in war cars. In front of the city there is a steep hill. Out in the plain, level terrain all around it. Men call this hill Bergia. Immortals call it the Barrow of Marina, the Dancer. It was here that the Trojans and their allies drew up their troops in companies. The Trojans were led by great Hector, son of Priam, in his shining helmet. His contingent was far the largest and best arrayed for battle, resolute with spears. The Dardanian troops were led by Arneas, whom bright Aphrodite bore to Anchises, a goddess lying with a mortal man in the foothills of Iarda. Sharing the command were Antenor's two sons, Arglocus and Argaramas, skilled in all forms of combat. The Troes, who lived in wealthy Zelia, at Ida's foot and drank the Acerapus dark water, were led by the glorious son Laricheon, Pandorus, whose bow was a gift from Apollo. Those who held Adrastea and the Demea Passius, and Petelia and the steep Mount Terea, were led by Adrastus and Amphius, with linen corselet son of Merops and Percorte. This man knew divination and forbade his sons to go to war, but they would not listen, for death's black birds were calling them on. Those who lived around Percorte and Precortios, who held Cestus and Abeatus, the bright Arispe, were led by Asios Harcrasiades, a born leader. Asios, whom his great chestnut horses had drawn from Arcirpe and the river Salius. The Pelasgian tribes, ferocious spearmen from fertile Larissa, were led by Hippothous with his brother Peleus. They were sons of Pelasgian Lethus, grandsons of Turtarmus. Argalmars and Pierus led all the Thracians beyond the strong current of the Hellespont. Euthydemus Captain, the Sigourney spearman, son of Throsernus and grandson of Gaius, Praegermes led their distant Paeonians with curved bows from a Myrton and the river Axios, whose water flows fairest over the earth. Vladimir and Shaggy Heart led the Fafarjornians from the land of the Anerti, where the mules run wild. Their cities were Sidoros and Sesarmos, and they lived around the river Parthernius. In Chroma Alexiolus and High Earthirni, Orius and Epistrophus led Harizornes from distant Albe, ancient source of silver. The Mysians were led by Chromis and Enodemus, who foretold the future from the flight of birds, but could not ward off the blackbirds of death. They would be slain in the river by the terrible sword of swift Achilles, Archios' grandson, when he killed many there. Porcius and Ascanius led the Pharsians from distant Ascania, battle-hungry troops. The Maeonians were led by Methos and Antiphus, Talamarion's son, whose mother was the nymph of Lake Galilee under Mount Tremolus. Nastes led the Carians, who spoke a foreign tongue. Their strongholds were Mealiotus and Mount Phrythieres, the streams of Meander and Macarius' steep crests. Amphimachus shared the command with Nastes, who came to the war wearing gold like a girl, though full, but it could not save him from death. Achilles killed him in his rush through the river without a second thought and bore off the gold. Sarpedion and Glaucus captained the Lycians, who came from the fairway, swirling Xanthus. Thus ends the second book of the Iliad. Yeah, it's I'll take a little break from reading. Oh, hey. We all good. Faith is a powerful ally. And what I find in this world is a large amount of people. They only they don't have faith. They don't actually have faith. They lost faith or they never had faith. Because if they did, there's certain comments that they wouldn't make, and there's certain questions that they would not ask. A person who does have faith is going to ask particular questions. They will make certain types of comments. At this point, I don't feel sad for people. For other people, I don't sit there and dwell on feeling sad or bad about them. If I can help, I'm gonna help. If I cannot help, I can't help. Though how they feel is a state of where they are within their mind and their heart. And their comments, their behaviors, their tones, their actions, every ounce of them is going to be an expression of that inner reality. Even if the expression be a lie so as to distract someone from figuring out how they're really feeling or what they're really thinking. People like to distract as well, as much as they like to poke for the positives and the balances. So I don't feel sad for them, but I understand why they make these comments. Some people, they need a wrestle back. Some people need a wrestle back and be like, nah, he was good. Nah, he was bad. Nah, he needs to check into this god or goddess or be a subject and slave to my religion. Wow, what thinking people have. It teaches you about them. And when you learn about something, that's when you win. Because if you understand it, you can either work with it or you can get the heck out the room because you know it's not your kind of thing. To make a choice of where you want to go, it is best done to be able to turn on the lights and see your environment for what it is. There he is. You know, vacation, getting away from mundane concerns and focusing within is a wonderful thing to do. No. Faith. People lack confidence on self-reliance. People are often aware that they don't have the solutions, so they usually don't believe anybody else does either, let alone something they can't see or necessarily hear. So then they start trying to have self-reliance. They start trying to do everything themselves. And while people may profess that they have faith and they believe in something, generally that something revolves around a person to lead it, or a person to guide it or formulate it. They're in the world, they'll be no part of the world. Well, how do I be like you? One man said to another. And that man said, go sell your things and follow me. He didn't actually, you know what's actually interesting? You know, people ask you for your money and donations and stuff. Even when Jesus told that man to go sell your things, he said, give the money away. He didn't say, yo, give it to me, go buy supplies for our journey, go get some horses with that money. No. He said, just sell your stuff and give the money away. A man or woman long enough learns that if I physically do this, then I physically receive that. Reward for the positive or negative. But we're focusing on the reward here, you know, like a payment system that is in the world. Faith says that if I behave correctly, if I honor life, if I do what is in my heart, then I will be provided with food and shelter, and I'll be taken care of. I don't have to necessarily follow the pro quo as it goes. Plain and simple, people trust in what they can physically see and work with and operate with. They really don't believe, even though they say they do. They put their hopes in a building or a person or an institution or what have you. Faith is beyond beyond all of that. And that's why people resort to physical violence and bullying and those kind of traits and qualities and things. Because they don't believe things could get better. They feel like they have to control it and wrestle it into submission. I found faith makes it to where you don't necessarily. It's not the same kind of wrestle. I mean, it's work. It's work. What I believe, what happens after one dies, surely should have no impact on your beliefs. If you are a shaman and you are pursuing the path, you interact with spirits, spirits of our ancestors, spirits of your own ancestors, and somewhere in all of that, you wind up discovering that answer. Because for somebody to tell you that answer, it's not reaffirming to yourself. When I first discovered that reality, I wasn't because of what somebody told me, it was what I actually experienced. And when I listen to other people's stories, different interviews, different things like that that are online on TV, uh, I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe people's accounts on what they've seen and what they've experienced, and those beliefs coincide with my own experiences. Somebody could tell you, so I could tell you, but that's what you have to decide on your own. Do you believe in that or not? Do you think there's more out there? Interesting enough, I found my mother before she had years before she had passed away. I had found my mother convulsing on the ground one night as I went in to check on her before bedtime, before I was going to bed, and ambulance came and everything. And they said if I had not found her, she would have been dead by the morning. She would have been dead. And the reason why was because her potassium levels were too low. Literally, she would have died because she didn't have enough potassium. I found her. That was an interesting day because she had told me to check on her before I went to bed, and I was about to go to bed. It was nighttime, and I was like, I don't care to go check on her. And I was like, but she told me to. and I'm gonna do what my mama tells me to do. And I went to check on her, and yeah, that was. I had called my brother. My brother got so angry at me. He said, "Call the ambulance." Mm. People make jokes and all sorts of things, and yet they do not evaluate their own. That's what all the spiritual stuff is about: evaluation of our own lives, of our own inner life, of things that we need to be aware of, to pay attention to, so that we can find a new location. A change of venue is coming your way. Most likely, you are moving to a new residence. However, this card could also mean that you're changing the location of your employment. The fairies are very much in touch with geographical changes. They sense that your energy is drawing you to a new location. Perhaps you've been thinking about moving to a new home, and this card signifies that it's time to consider that change. Write a list of features you desire in your new home and ask the fairies to help you find and acquire your new residence. This card could also mean that your place of employment is changing. You could be on the cusp of finding a new job, or your current employer may transfer you to a new location or promote you to a different office. Regardless of the type of new location, trust that this is a change for the better that will bring about great improvements into your life. The inner masculine and the inner feminine need each other. When they are in good inner relationship with us, we feel like healthy, whole human beings. We're able to live as ourselves in the world in a relatively peaceful, creative, and enjoyable way. When there is damage to the inner masculine, there's difficulty in standing up for our truths, in knowing that our truths and values are, and in knowing how to protect them without feeling as though we have to fight constantly just to be allowed to be ourselves. We might also feel that unless others see things as we do, we have no power, and then have to fight to dominate others, manipulating them to our point of view. The inner masculine part of us needs healing so that they can fulfill their divine purpose of inner strength, protection, and honoring of the self in all its uniqueness, so that we can live as free, strong individuals that know who they are and are happy to just love and be that person and allow others to do the same. This will happen at any time that they are asked to hold even more consciousness, to hold permission and strength to be even more of the unique self. The masculine and the feminine within us needs to be in balance with each other. There's no point of having a powerful feminine with unique values and strong creative force without an equally strong masculine energy that is able to act upon those unique values, no matter what others may think, and take action to allow the creative force of the inner feminine to flow into form in the physical world. When your inner feminine is growing and desires to express her uniqueness in the world more boldly than ever before, the inner masculine needs to grow in self belief, self worth, and self confidence so that they may take action to allow the blossoming feminine to truly be in the world while feeling secure and safe. This also indicates your feminine self is blooming and your masculine needs to be able to protect and honor her. Sometimes, just as the Divine Mother Allset looked for her husband Allsort to help him put back together when he was torn apart by hatred, fear, and jealousy of his dark brother Seth, our feminine needs to help the masculine to heal so he in turn can help her. Your masculine consciousness can be healed and grow stronger through his relationship to the inner feminine within you. by adjusting and healing your own views of masculine energy so that our feminine is no longer willing to experience masculine energy as violent, aggressive, unfeeling, or controlling. A healing shift begins. The divine inner feminine can then choose to relate to the divine inner masculine in a different way, to hold a different vision and different beliefs of who they are and who they can do and what they can do and what their purpose might be. So she might choose to experience him as a tender, protective, strong, discerning, and stabilizing energy. When this looks like what this looks like in our life of experience is a change in how we are within ourselves and with others, in how we move and live and experience the world. We have more of a willingness to be kind to ourselves, to honor our feelings, and to not be bullied into stepping away from our truths by others or even by our own self doubt or self criticism. It is an inner commitment to love and honor the self and an inner trust in this commitment so that when the feeling arises to try something new creatively or spiritually, for example, there is trust that this will be respected and acted upon, and it is. When the healing of this relationship begins to occur within us, our outer relationships also change and flow into healthier expression. We begin to feel safe, protected, and strong to take risks and live a bold, expressive, truthful, and creative life with more energy and passion. The oracle guides you to realize that your inner masculine could benefit from some restoration and healing after being ravaged by expectations that in order to be acceptable that he should never feel anything, that he should always be dominant, and that only the most violent and aggressive alpha masculine behaviors are to be respected. Now, if you are already working on this aspect of your own healing, you are encouraged by this oracle that is working and staying with your to tell you to work with that and to stay in your process. You are encouraged to empower your masculine energy, seeing it as tender, protective, containing, strong, and aware. You are also encouraged to continually choose to let go of behaviors that cast the masculine as perpetrator or as dominating. Use your inner feminine courage, trust, and determination to avoid castrating the masculine by considering it weak, useless, or unnecessary. For healing to happen for both masculine and feminine, we must be prepared to let go of feelings of victimization, domination, disappointment, and dissatisfaction, and to sometimes challenging the inner work of learning to relate to masculine and feminine energy with a completely different approach. This can be enough to set healing in motion. It takes persistence, determination, patience, and application for the damaged masculine within us and outside of us to be restored to glory. But with the Divine Mother inside to help us, great healing miracles are made possible. Once the masculine begins to gain strength and to be empowered to express itself in a less cliched and more authentic way, we gain the wisdom and power of honoring those boundaries, and we learn how to respect and be respectful without losing our power or becoming servile. We learn how to serve others from a place of empowerment and peace, and we learn how to cut through manipulations and posturing in the world of relationships straight to the truth of the matter. Masculine and feminine energies can then do what they are ultimately destined to do, which is to unite in love to create harmony, bliss, and the peaceful fulfillment of inner wholeness. Man of power, man of fire, man who liberates heart's desire, man within and man without, man stronger than fear or doubt, father, warrior, leader, lover, protector, hunter, teacher, brother, man divine, man of love, man of earth, man of heaven above. Your strength, my strength, your power, my power, your love, my love, integrity, honor, compassion, protection. tenderness, stability, passion, and attention. Man divine, man of love, man of earth, man of heaven above, so be it so. That's I mean, that's it right there. So, I've learned through many situations in life that when I get angry with something, I lose energy. My body temperature goes up, um, and I'll run out of juice. Like, for instance, working outside, raking the leaves. I could keep getting upset because the stick got in my way, or that branch fell there, or this happened there. But literally, like, when I was doing it a few days ago, whatever the case, I'm just like, I'm cool with it. No worries. I just got a pile of branches over in that spot, pile of the trash in that spot. And eventually all the branches of my path are out the way, so I'm working in a smooth case, and that rough spot's done with. And even in that moment, I was in complete realization that if I was upset kicking the branch, or even just emotionally, man, another one to pick up or get up, or another one in my way, or anything like that, I would have exasperated my energy. I would have sent my energy out, and wouldn't have been able to keep working as I wanted to throughout the day. And exactly what we were talking about right there, that I was mentioning, is that patience, that understanding. What's up, bro? Glad to see you again. Ah, what am I yapping about? And am I Christian? Um, that seems to be a regular question I kind of get tired of answering. Though, if you'd like, I may have Christian aspects about myself. Uh, I started out with God and King Jesus Christ, and acknowledging Jesus is Lord and Savior, and his opinion valued more than any other man alive, any organization or institution imposing some law or stipulation upon the way I should dress or act or behave. I was told to love my neighbor above all things. I was picked up off the ground and said, I'm not a slave. You're a king. You're my brother. Sit at this fine table. Let me build you up and introduce you to the family. Am I Christian? I am not stuck or bound to any religion. No. Though there are many aspects of myself. I have saints around my wrist, cross that is my very life, stuff I wear. If you did an actual evaluation and looked into the countless, I guess you could count them up, of hours and time, the videos that I have created, you would quickly find your answers. But I may have elements of Christianity, may have elements of Hinduism, I may have elements of Buddhism, I may have elements of this and that and that and this. Though I am tribal, as we truly all are, without classification of word to distinguish a separation and division of what we are, and that is human, and thus for family. You have white, you got pink underneath your nails, right? Got them white, pink underneath there. We got that in common. You got white around your eyes, yeah? We got that in common. And I don't dare you. I'm just telling you as a fact. You pull up your foot and look at the bottom center of your foot. And I guarantee you there is a portion of my body that naturally matches that color. We are all the same. It doesn't matter what one may think or what title one might want to give in some sort of direction or classification. We are human and we are family. And one thing I learned is that tribal includes love and culture and family. And so much else just creates division. So am I Christian? Well, that would be an answer, a question answered. And what is this channel about? This channel is about divine wisdom, ultimately sharing divine wisdom. For those people who go through events in life and they're just like, man, this and this happened, that's really weird, and they go tell somebody what naturally happened in their life, and then all of a sudden that person's looking at them like they're crazy, or like they, went through something nobody else experiences. Well, I've actually written and published a book. It's on Amazon.com. It's a legit divine love language. It's got 126, 129. Forgive me. Forgive me or not. Don't matter. 129 divine words of a divine love language. A divine language. So I haven't read from it in a while, actually. I will mention that lion's mane is a very good mushroom. Actually regrows brain cells, regrows different cells in your body. Some good stuff there. Oh, sweet. Hello. original rap songs. Oh man, well I won't rap it, I'm horrible at that. I don't know if you want. You want it. Let's see, I got some there. Oh, that's okay. I gotta look at the lyrics first because I write some pretty interesting stuff just in when it comes to me. That one's okay. I think that looks alright. Hope I don't offend anybody here. Okay, here we go. I got 1, 2, 3 of them. I got 3 of them. Somebody asked for one of my raps, personalized, or one of my original raps. Because I'm not just free flowing in the moment, but personalized individuality, developed unified victory. Mother soldier, never another. Let's get this over. Just like the rest, not one blessed, humanity's crown crest. Honor or shame, we do not live for fame. This is no game, monopoly, so lame. Stand strong, no bloodshed, fiercely prolonged, suddenly ended songed. Ding dong, kling, gom, dom, 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 mom, som. Hey, it was asked for, that's all I'm saying. I bury our past, that old Medusa, oh Menusa, oh so much coral, we world swirled, no more I as we fly in sky, no leader, only family member, right and declare divine sight, no judgment except this covenant, Eden's embodiment, our seal sent, flight beyond sight by eternal birthright, liberation from mental detention, emotional creation, operator in operation, international recognition, abolish submission, this our new direction, release the pressure, let go of agony and measure, removal of stressor, so succeeding the successor, just another liberator laughing at your curator. Are you entertained? No, you're detained. Feeling my pain that all this was a strain, I ache, you quake, we resonate, no more debate, let us consummate this new fate, no more hook and bait, lie with me as we relate. Who you, man, human? Drones and clones got no bones, they're full of stones. Deliberation stops action. Strengths verification, generating application, operator, orator, creator, destroyer, in the transformer, God and got a lot. From them bought all we sought, they knew not what a day, another play. Oh yea, I get to lay. All their glass, smash, 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 their plans went crash, crash, crash. Could be Halloween all year if you want to. things just because they're not, you know, they don't have to throw a party or a worldwide celebration for you to do what you want to. Huh. And it all started with when people would stare at me. I mean, I used to wear like normal clothes, accepted, you know, that kind of thing in public. I would dance. When I was nervous, I would dance. I felt like people were looking at me, I would dance. Just whatever. I don't care if I had music or not. Like, shoot. And after long enough, I just kind of like dance. You know, I make sure I have music with me, music player, or whatever. You normally be listening to music, and I just I just dance and go in my own mind and my own creative world and my own happy state of being. And other people are in a state of curiosity or wherever their mind may be. That's not my responsibility. It's not up to me to tell them how to feel or think or act. It's not my role in their life. It's up to me to feel how I want to feel. And so by dancing long enough of doing that, sheesh. And now I just dance without even thinking about doing it. Yep, yep, craftsman, you and me, craftsman. That's a fact. That's a fact. My mom, she would say that fashion comes back around. Fashion always comes back around. It's pretty accurate right there. That is pretty darn accurate. Fashion certainly goes one way and then comes back around. And everybody's busy trying to move forward with something new. And I decided to go backwards and see what all the four plans before drew. Certainly, can find truth everywhere, and that's why I love believes all things. An intake of belief can really help one put things together that otherwise they would not see. And for your cognizant mind, for the subconscious mind, for the heart to be able to see through illusion and to be able to discern reality around them, being able to keep one's mind and one's wits about themselves so as to navigate any environment that they may keep a peaceful mind, a quiet mind if they so choose, and a peaceful heart. Liberation from the confines that a complete stranger has upon our own heart and mind. These are the things that really have brought me to where I am today, and it's what I share with you. And I've had 13 years of information and discovering to get here. And so, in all these fashions, in all these ways, I share each day. Getting back to the Iliad, two armies, the troops and divisions under their commanders, The Trojans advancing across the plain like cranes beating their metallic wings in the stormy sky at winter's onset. Unspeakable rain at their backs, their necks stretched toward oceanic streams and down to strafe the brown pygmy race, bringing strife and bloodshed from the sky at dawn, while the Greeks moved forward in silence, their breath curling in long angry plumes that acknowledged their pledges to die for each other. Banks of mist settle on mountain peaks and seep into the valleys. Shepherds dislike it, but for a thief it is better than a night, and a man can see only as far as he can throw a stone. No one could the soldiers see through the cloud of dust the armies tramped up as they moved through the plain, and when they had almost closed, was it a god? No, not a god, but Paris, who stepped out from the Trojan ranks, leopard skin on his shoulders, curved bow, sword, and shaking two bronze-tipped spears at the Greeks. He invited their best to fight him to death. When Menelaus, who was at his darling, saw him strutting out from the ranks, he felt as a lion must feel when he finds the carcass of a stag or wild goat, and half starving consumes it greedily, even though hounds and hunters are swarming down on him. It was Paris, all right, who could have passed for a god, and Menelaus grinned as he heft his gear and stepped down from his chariot. He would have revenge at last. Paris' blood turned milky when he saw him coming on, and he faded back into the Trojan troops, with cheeks as pale as if he had almost stepped on a poisonous snake in a mountain pass. He could barely stand as disdainful Trojans made room for him in the ranks, and Hector, seeing his brother tremble at Atreus' son, started it on him from these abusive epithets. Paris, you desperate, womanizing pretty boy, I wish you had never been born or had died unmarried. Better than this disgrace before the troops. Can't you just hear it, the long-haired Greeks chuckling and saying that our champion wins for good looks but comes up short on offense and defense? Is this how you were when you got up a crew and sailed overseas, hobnobbed with the warrior caste in a foreign country and sailed off with a beautiful woman with marriage ties to half of them? You're nothing but trouble for your father and your city, a joke to your enemies and an embarrassment to yourself. No, don't stand up to Menelaus. You might find out what kind of man it is whose wife you're sleeping with. You think your liar will help you or Aphrodite's gifts, your hair, your pretty face, when you sprawl in the dust? It's the Trojans who are cowards, or you'd have long since been dressed out in stones for all the harm you've done. And Paris, handsome as a god, answered him, "That's only just, Hector. You've got a mind like an axe. You know, always sharp, making a skilled cut through a ship's beam, multiplying force. Nothing ever turns your edge. But don't throw golden Aphrodite's gifts in my face. We don't get to choose what the gods give us, no, and we can't just toss their gifts aside. So, all right, if you want me to fight, fine. Have the Trojans and the Greeks sit down, and Menelaus and I will square off in the middle to fight for Helen and all her possessions. Winner take all, and everyone else will swear oaths of friendship. You all to live here in fertile Troad, and they to go back to bluegrass Argos, and Argive with his beautiful women." Hector liked what he heard. He went out in front along the Trojans' ranks, holding a spear broadside, and made them all sit down. Greek archers and slingers were taking aim at him and already starting to shoot arrows and stones when Agamemnon boomed out a command for them to hold their fire. Hector was signaling that he had something to say, and his helmet caught the morning sun as he addressed both armies. "Listen to me, Trojans, and you warriors from Greece. Paris, on account of whom this war began, says this: he wants all Trojan and Greek combatants to lay their weapons down on the ground. He and Menelaus will square off in the middle and fight for Helen and all her possessions, winner take all, and everyone else swears oaths of friendship." Utter silence, until Menelaus, who was good at the war shout, said, "Now listen to me, since my pain is paramount in all this. It may be that Greeks and Trojans can at last call it quits. We've had enough suffering from this quarrel of mine that Paris began. Whichever of us is due to die, let him die. Then the rest of you can be done with each other. Bring a pair of lambs, a white one and a black, for earth and sun. Our side will bring another for Zeus, and have Priam come so he can swear oaths himself in person, since his sons are arrogant perjurers who would just as soon trample on Zeus's solemn word. Younger men always have their heads in the clouds. An old man looks ahead and behind, and the result is far better for both parties involved. You could only see their mood brighten, Greeks and Trojans both, with the hope that this wretched war would soon be over. They pulled their chariots up in rows, dismounted, and pulled up their weapons. There was not much space between the two armies. Hector dispatched two heralds to the city to fetch the lambs and summon Priam, and then Agamemnon sent Talthybius back to the ships with the orders to bring back a lamb, while these human heralds were off on their missions. Ares, the god's herald, who is always the rainbow, came to white-armed Helen disguised as Laodice, her sister-in-law and Priam's most beautiful daughter. She found Helen in the main hall, weaving a folding mantle on a great loom and designing into the blood-red fabric the trials that the Trojans and the Greeks had suffered for her beauty under Ares' martyrs' hands. Ares stood near Helen and said, "Come and see, dear lady, the amazing thing the Greek Trojan warriors have done. They fought all these years out on the plain, lusting for each other's blood, but now they've sat down in silence, halted the war. They're leaning back on their shields, and their long spears are struck in the sand. But Paris and Menelaus are going to fight, a duel with lances, and the winner will lay claim to you as his beloved wife." The goddess' words turned Helen's mind into a sweet mist of desire for her former husband, her parents, and her city. She dressed herself in fine silvery linens and came out of her bedroom crying soft. Two maids child behind, Ethera, Pythius' daughter, and cow-eyed Clymene. They came to the western gate, where a knot of old men sat. Priam, Penthus, Thymortes, Lampus, Clytius, Haristeon, who was in Ares' bloodline, Uglacron, and Antenor, who lived and breathed wisdom. These veterans sat on the wall by the western gate, too old to fight now, but excellent counselors. Think of cicadas perched on a branch, their delicate voices shrill in the woods. Such were the voices of these Trojan elders sitting on the tower by the western gate when they saw Helen coming. Their rasping whispers flew along the wall. Who could blame either the Trojans or Greeks for suffering so long a woman like this? Her eyes are not human. Whatever she is, let her go back with the ships and spare us and our children a generation of pain. But Priam called out to her, "Come here, dear child, sit next to me so you can see your former husband and dear kinsman. You are not to blame for this war with the Greeks, the gods are. Now tell me, who is it, that enormous man towering over the Greek troops, handsome, well built? I never laid eyes on such a fine figure of a man. He looks like a king." And Helen, the sky brightness reflected in her mortal face, "Reverend you are to me, dear father-in-law, a man to hold in awe. I'm so ashamed death should have been a sweeter evil to me than following your son here, leaving my home, my marriage, my friends, my precious daughter, that lovely time in my life. None of it was to be, and lamenting it has been my slow death. But you asked me something, and I'll answer. That man is Agamemnon, son of Atreus, a great king and a strong warrior both. He was also my brother-in-law, shameless bitch that I am. If that life was ever real." The old man was lost in reverie and wonder. "The son of Atreus, born to power and wealth, blessed by the gods, now I see how many Greek lads you command. I thought I saw it all when I went to Fragile once and saw thousands of soldiers and gleaming horses under the command of Atreus and Myrton, massed by the banks of the Sangarios, an army in which I myself served on that fateful day when the Amazons swept down to fight against men. They were nothing compared to these wild-eyed Greeks. When he saw Odysseus, he had asked, "Now tell me about this one, dear child, shorter than Agamemnon by a head, but broader in the shoulders and chest. His armor is lying on the ground, and he's roaring the ranks like a ram." That's it, just like a thick-fleeced ram, striding through a flock of silvery sheep. And Helen, Zeus's child, that is Laertes' son, the master strategist Odysseus, born and bred in the rocky hills of Ithaca. He knows every trick there is, and his mind runs deep. Antenor turned to her and observed astutely. "Your words are not off the mark there, madame. Odysseus came here once before on an embassy for your sake along with Menelaus. I entertained them courteously in the great hall and learned each man's character and depth of mind. Standing in a crowd of Trojans, Menelaus with his wide shoulders was more prominent, but when both were seated Odysseus was lordlier. When it came time for each to speak in public, a weave weave a spell of wisdom with their words, Menelaus spoke fluently enough to the point and very clearly, but briefly, since he is not a man of many words. Being older, he spoke first. Then Odysseus, the master strategist, rose quickly, but just stood there, his eyes fixed on the ground. He did not move his staff forward or backwards, but he held it steadily. You would have thought him a dull, surly, loathed it without any wit, but when he opened his mouth and projected his voice, the words fell down like snowflakes in a blizzard. No mortal could have vied with Odysseus then, and we no longer held his looks against him. The third hero old Priam saw was Ajax, and who was the giant of a Greek over there, head and shoulders above the other Achaeans, and Helen shining in her long trailing robes. That is big Ajax, the army's mountain. Standing beyond him is Itamorneus, like a god with his Cretan commanders. He used to come often from Crete, and Menelaus would entertain him in our house. And now I can make out all the other Greeks, those I know, and whose names I could tell you. But there are two commanders I do not see, Castor and the horsebreaker and the boxer, Polydeuces, my brothers, born of one mother. Either they didn't come here from lovely Lacedaemon, or else they did come in their sea-going ships, but avoid the company of fighting men, in horror of the shame and disgrace that are mine. But they had long been held by the life-giving earth there in Lacedaemon, their ancestral land. And now the heralds came up to the town with the sacrificial victims, the two rams, and as fruit of the fields hearty wine in a goatskin bag. The herald Adeus held a gleaming bowl and a golden chalice, and roused the old man with his speech. "Rise, son of Laomedon, the best men of Troy and Achaea summon you down to the plain to swear solemn oaths. Paris and Menelaus will fight a duel for the woman, and she will follow the winner with all her possessions. Everyone else will swear oaths of friendship, we to live here in the fertile Troad, and they to go back to bluegrass Argos and Archaea with its beautiful women." The old man stiffened. He ordered his companions to yoke his horses, then mounted himself and took the reins. Antenor rode with him in the beautiful chariot, and they drove out through the western gate and onto the plain. They pulled up in the space between the two armies and stepped down to the earth. Agamemnon rose, and Odysseus deep in thought. Heralds brought the animals for the oaths and mixed wine in the great bowl. They poured water over the king's hands, and then Agamemnon drew the knife that hung by his sword scabbard and cut hairs from the rams' heads. The heralds gave these to the leaders on both sides, and Agamemnon lifted his palms to the sky. Zeus, Father, Lord of air, the greater and most glorious. Helios, who sees all and hears all, rivers and earth and powers below, who punish prejurors after death, witness and protect these sacred oaths. If Paris Alexander kills Menelaus, Helen and all her goods are his, and we will sail away in our ships. But if Menelaus kills Paris, the Trojans will surrender Helen with all her goods and pay the Argives a fit penalty for generations to come. If Priam and Priam's sons refuse upon Paris' death this penalty to me, I swear to wage this war to its end. He spoke and then slashed the rams' throats and put the gasping the animals on the ground, their proud temper undone by whetted bronze. Then they all filled their cups with wine from the bowl and poured libations to the gods eternal and prayed, Greek and Trojan alike, in words like these. Zeus almighty and most glorious and all your other immortal gods, whoever breaks this oath in truth, may their brains spill to the ground like this wine, theirs and their children's, and may other men master their wives. But Zeus would not fulfill their prayers. Then Priam spoke his mind. Hear me, Trojans and Attican soldiers. I am going back now to windswept Ilion, since I cannot bear to see with my own eyes my dear son fighting with Menelaus, who is dear to Ares. Zeus and the other immortals doubtless know whose death is destined. And this man who was a god's equal loaded the rams into his chariot for interment in Trojan soil, mounted and took the reins. Antenor stood behind him, and together they drove back to Ilion. Priam's sons Hector and brilliant Odysseus first measured off an arena, and then shook lots in a bronze helmet to decide which of the two would cast the spear first. You could see his hands lift to heaven on both sides and hear whispered prayers. Death, Lord Zeus, for whichever of the two started this business, but grant us your peace. Great Hector shook the helmet, sunlight glancing off his own as he looked away, and out jumped Paris' lot. The army sat down, rank after rank, tooled weapons and high-stepping horses idled by each man. The heroes armed. Paris, silken-haired Helen's present husband, bound greaves in his shins with silver clasps, put on his brother like Aeon's breastplate, which fit him well, slung around his shoulders a bronze sword inlaid with silver and a large heavy shield. On his head he placed a crested helmet, and the horsehair plume nodded menacingly. Likewise Menelaus' gear. They put their armor on in the ranks, and then stepped out into no man's land, cold light in their eyes. Veterans on both sides, horse-breaking Trojans and bronze-kneed Greeks, just sat and stared. They stood close, closer in the measured arena, shaking their spears, half mad with jealousy. And then Paris threw a long shadow trailed his spear as it moved through the air, and it hit the circle of Menelaus' shield, but the spear point crumpled against the tough metal skin. It was Menelaus' turn now, and as he rose in his bronze, he prayed to Zeus, Lord Zeus, make Paris pay for the evil he's done to me. Smite him down with my hand, so that men for all time will fear to transgress against the hosts of offended friendship, of offered friendship. With this prayer behind it, Menelaus' spear carried through Paris' polished shield and bored into the intricate breastplate, the point shearing his shirt and nicking his ribs. As Paris twisted aside from black fatality, Menelaus drew his silver-hammered sword and came down with its heart on the crest of Paris' helmet, but the blade shattered into 3 or 4 pieces and fell from his hands. Menelaus groaned and looked up to the sky. Father Zeus, no god curses us more than you. I thought Paris was going to pay for his crimes, and now my sword is broken in my hands, and my spear's thrown away. I missed the bastard. As Menelaus spoke, he lunged forward and twisted his fingers into the thick horse hair of Paris' helmet, pivoted on his heel and started dragging him back to the Greeks. The tooled leather chin strap of Paris' helmet was cutting into his neck's tender skin, and Menelaus would have dragged him all the way back and won no end of glory. But Aphrodite, Zeus's daughter, had all in his sharp focus and snapped the ox-hide chin strap, leaving Menelaus clenching an empty helmet, which the hero, spinning like a discus thrower, heaved into the hands of the Greek spectators. Then he went back for the kill, but Aphrodite whisked Paris away with the slate of a goddess, enveloping him in mist and lofted him into the incensed air of his vaulted bedroom. Then she went for Helen and found her in a crowd of Trojan women high on the tower, as a withered hand tugged at Helen's fragrant robe. The goddess was now the phantom of an old woman who had spun wool for Helen back in Lacedaemon. Beautiful wool, and Helen loved her dearly. In this crone's guise, Aphrodite spoke to Helen. Over here, Paris wants you to come home. He's propped up on pillows in your bedroom, so silky and beautiful you'd never think he'd just come from combat, but was going to a dance, or coming from a dance, and had just now sat down. This wrung Helen's heart. She knew it was the goddess, the beautiful neck, the irresistible line of her breasts, the iridescent eyes. She was in awe for a moment, and then spoke to her. You eerie thing, why do you love lying to me like this? Where are you taking me now? Phrygia, beautiful Maeonia, another city where you have some other boyfriend for me? Or is it because Menelaus, having just beaten Paris, wants to take his hateful wife back to his house, that you stand here now with treachery in your heart? Go sit by Paris yourself. Descend from the god's high road. Allow your precious feet not to tread on Olympus. Go fret over him constantly. Protect him. Make someday he'll make you his wife or even his slave. I'm not going back there. It would be treason to share his bed. The Trojan women would hold me at fault. I have enough pain as it is. And Aphrodite, angry with her, said, Don't vex at me, bitch, or I may let go of you and hate you as extravagantly as I love you now. I can make you repulsive to both sides, you know, Trojans and Greeks. And then where will you be? Helen was afraid, and this child of Zeus pulled her silvery white linens around her and walked silently through the Trojan women, eluding them completely. The goddess went ahead and led her to Paris' beautiful house. The servants suddenly all found something to do. Helen moved like daylight to the vaulted bedroom, where Aphrodite, smiling, placed a chair of her opposite Paris. Helen, daughter of Zeus, sat down, and averting her eyes, said reproachfully, Back from the war? You should have died out there, beaten by a real hero, my former husband. You used to boast you were better than Menelaus when it came to spear work and hand-to-hand combat. Why don't you go challenge him to fight again, right now? I wouldn't recommend it, though a fair fight between you and Ares, red-headed darling, you'd go down in no time under his spear. Paris answered her, Don't insult me, Helen. Menelaus beat me this time with Athena's help. Next time I'll beat him. We have gods on our side too. Enough of this. Let's go to bed now and make love. I've never wanted you so much, not even when I first took you away from Lacedaemon in my sailing ship, and made love to you on the island of Crane. I want you even more now than I wanted you then. He walked to bed, and Helen followed. While the two of them slept in their bed, Menelaus prowled the ranks looking for Paris. The Trojan troops, as much as they would have liked to, could not produce him. To a man, they hated Paris as they hated death itself. So Agamemnon, as commander-in-chief, proclaimed, Hear me, Trojans, allied troops, and Dardanians. The victory clearly belongs to Menelaus. Surrender therefore Argive, Helen, and all the possessions that come with her. We will further assess a suitable penalty, a tribute to be paid for generations to come. Thus Agamemnon and the Greeks cheered. Thus ends the third book of the Iliad. though as it is coming upon 10 a.m., at least local time. I've been getting on at 5 a.m. and jumping off at 10 a.m. each day, so usually 5-hour segments. We've been currently doing things do shift up from time to time, and in any regard. Oh. Thank you, Marcy Curious. Thank you very, very well. You're very welcome. Absolutely. I enjoy reading. Oh, my foot is just asleep. See? If you do have any comments, if you do have any questions, if there's any subjects on a shamanistic kind of a level, uh, on any level really in life, feel free to shoot me an email at setra@yahoo.com, SETCHRA at yahoo.com. Be happy to respond, and even looking for guests to have on, perhaps that's still kind of formulating in any regard, but if you would like to send me an email, setra@yahoo.com. Be happy to hear your feedback. As majority comments I don't wind up seeing actively on the chat. I do try to catch some from time to time. Thank you to all the individuals that moderate that have been helping keep a clean chat room, and to where there's not too much bad stuff going on between individuals or anything like that. Does anybody have any questions that I could answer in the moment? For the majority, it seems like people are just going to be offensive in the chat log, but that's okay. I can understand all of that. All those kind of questions are not too specific. Broad questions in any regards. Much love, many blessings to all, and should be back on tomorrow. And Donna Day Guai. Till we see you next time.